Chapter 619. Sky Hunter Master didn't know the bear demon or the snake demon, but he knew the eagle demon. The eagle demon was a flying demonic beast that liked to fly high. It only stayed in Wanxiong Mountain for half a year. The rest of the time, it would wander outside. Once, Sky Hunter Master and the eagle demon encountered each other and fought. The reason was that Sky Hunter Master wanted to subdue the eagle demon, but he didn't succeed in the end. Moreover, during that expedition, an old monster over 200 years old appeared. His strength was terrifying, and Sky Hunter Master and the eagle demon joined hands to escape. From then on, the man and the demon became familiar with each other, although they still had their own ulterior motives. They dared to come to our Wanxiong Mountain and behave atrociously. They really don't know how to write the word death. The eagle demon's voice was very sharp, like an eagle's cry. They're here. The snake demon squinted its eyes, looking sinister, several li away from the main peak. Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing were floating in the sky. Use your demonic eye to see if there is a phoenix plume tree on the main peak. Yi Chen could also see with his soul eye, but it consumed too much soul energy, so he didn't need to use it. In any case, it was the same with Murong Qingqing's demonic eye. Nodding, Murong Qingqing circulated her demonic power to her eyes. Found it. There is a phoenix plume tree beside the underground river under the main peak. It is about 3 meters tall, and there are a lot of phoenix plume fruits on it. Soon, Murong Qingqing found the location of the phoenix plume tree. A happy expression flashed through her face as she said, "We only need 1 phoenix plume fruit. Let's negotiate with them first." A bear demon that was stronger than the black-winged leopard, and 2 snake demon and eagle demon that were weaker than the black-winged leopard. This force couldn't be underestimated. Even Yi Chen had to be careful. Of course, if the negotiation failed, he could only take it by force. He was determined to get the phoenix plume fruit. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 flew towards the main peak. There was a huge cave entrance halfway up the main peak. Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing stood outside the cave and shouted, "Is Tyrant Bear inside? I am Yi Chen. I have something to discuss with you. Come in first." A deep and overbearing voice came from the cave. "Come, let's go in." Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing walked into the cave. After a while, the 2 of them arrived at the cave inside the main peak. There were 3 half-human, half-beast figures in the cavern that was like a hall. The one sitting at the head was a huge bear that was 5 to 6 meters tall. It was obvious that he was the tyrant bear that the black-winged leopard had mentioned. On his left and right were a snake demon with a human head and a bird's body, and an eagle demon with a human head and a bird's body. The 3 beasts were all looking at Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing. "What business do you have with me?" Xiongba's huge eyes looked down at Yi Chen. Yi Chen frowned slightly and said, "I heard that there's a phoenix plume tree in the Wanxiong Mountain. I'm here for a phoenix plume fruit. The price is negotiable." "You want the phoenix plume fruit?" Xiongba was not surprised, as if he had been prepared for this. "That's right. Cici, where did you hear that our Wanxiong Mountain has a phoenix plume tree?" The snake demon's eyes were sinister as it stuck out its scarlet tongue. Yi Chen said, "The black-winged leopard." "So it's him." The snake demon's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Gentlemen, 1 phoenix plume fruit shouldn't be a big deal to you. I wonder if you can sell it to us? The price won't make you suffer a loss." Murong Qingqing wore a black veil and said. The eagle demon looked straight at Murong Qingqing. "Why hide your face when you come to my Wanxiong Mountain? Take off your veil and see your true face. Maybe you'll agree." Yi Chen's face darkened. "We're here to buy the phoenix plume fruit. I just want to ask if the 3 of you will agree. Who do you think you are to interrupt me?" The eagle demon glared at Yi Chen with killing intent. Yi Chen did not look at it, but looked at Xiongba, who was sitting in the head seat. Xiongba gulped down a huge jar of wine and said, "We can't give you the phoenix plume fruit. On the contrary, we want your wealth and this woman." Hee hee. Yi Qin smiled instead of getting angry. He squinted his eyes and said with a sharp gaze, "Seems like the three of you don't intend to do business with us. That's right. Whoever has the bigger fist will listen to them. Come to my Wanxiong mountain. Even a dragon has to coil up and a tiger has to lie down." Xiongba said with disdain. Shifting his gaze, Yi Qin saw the three demons and said indifferently, "Do you think you can keep us here with just the three of you? What if you add us?" A black-robed man and a rainbow-robed old man walked out from the fork. Yi Qin turned around and his pupils constricted. "In demon ancestor." He, long time no see. In demon ancestor had a warm smile on his face. However, this smile didn't give people a warm feeling. Instead, it was filled with killing intent, an undisguised killing intent. Yi Qin said thoughtfully, "I didn't expect you to come out. This is really out of my expectation. If I'm not wrong, you've been following me all the way here. What? You still don't want to give up?" "Give up?" In demon ancestor sneered. "What belongs to me, I will definitely get it. This time, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings." Yi Chen's expression didn't change as he said indifferently, "If I can make you fall once, I can make you fall a second time. Moreover, it will be the last time." Big words. The rainbow-robed old man's multicolored pupils were extremely strange. "Yi Chen." Morong Qingqing was a bit worried. The enemy was too powerful. 3 demonic beasts and 2 powerful master-level characters. Even one of the 5 young tyrants might not be able to win against them. Moreover, Yi Qin was still a bit weaker than the 5 young tyrants. Yi Chen held Morong Qingqing's slender hand. "Don't worry." She didn't know why, but Yi Chen's words gave her a sense of security. "What? Even at this point, you still think you can escape?" Yin Demon Ancestor was infuriated by Yi Chen's attitude. Yi Chen moved his finger and shook his head. "Escape? I've never thought about it. As long as I kill you, everything will be fine." Arrogant. Not only Yin Demon Ancestor and Sky Bird Ancestor, even the Tyrant Bear trio were angered. "Sky Bird Ancestor, Yin Demon Ancestor, don't talk nonsense with him. Join hands and subdue him and this woman." Eagle Demon's voice was sharp as he took the initiative to attack. With a flap of his wings, he shot toward Morong Qingqing with a speed not inferior to the black-winged leopard. His huge claws reached out, wanting to subdue her. Darkness curtain. Morong Qingqing raised a black barrier. Rip. The barrier was torn apart, and Eagle Demon squeezed in with great difficulty. Scram! Yi Qin took out his Thunder Disaster Sword and repelled Eagle Demon. "Brat, obediently surrender. Otherwise, you'll have a good time." Tyrant Bear and Snake Demon also made their moves. Tyrant Bear's body was huge, and his every movement contained a mountain-shattering power. He took a step forward and slightly clenched his huge bear paw, striking toward Yi Qin. Snake Demon coiled its body and raised its head, spitting out a green light wave. The light wave hissed and carried a dizzying poison chi. Golden Ripple. Facing the 3 demons, Yi Chan was not afraid at all. Using his Thunder Disaster Sword, he sent out Golden Ripple. 7-8 golden sword chi fanned out like ripples in water. Pung, 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 pung. Tyrant Bear was the strongest, followed by Eagle Demon and Snake Demon. However, the average strength of the 3 was similar to the black-winged leopard. How could they block Yi Chen's Thunder Disaster Sword's Golden Ripple? All of them retreated one after another. The powerful shockwave radiated in all directions, shaving off a layer of the main peak. Earth is heaven. At this moment, Yin Demon Ancestor's Zhen Yuan circulated to the limit, and he sent out a palm strike. The palm energy contained the profound of Earth, reversing the universe. The sky was no longer the sky, and the Earth was no longer the Earth. It was completely reversed, trying to subvert Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing's sense of direction and make them lose their balance. At the same time, his left palm turned into a blade and slashed out horizontally, using the powerful Yin demon chop. The gray-black sawtooth blade light was as fast as lightning. Demonic finger. Murong Qingqing flapped her wings and tried her best to maintain her balance. Her right index finger was covered in a layer of black light as a black light sphere condensed at her fingertip and attacked the sawtooth blade light. Rumble. Another violent shockwave exploded, and the top half of the main peak was completely blown away, shattering into millions of pieces. Sky Bird Claw. The most powerful sky bird ancestor made his move. His right hand turned into a claw and clawed at the air. A multicolored claw light shot out and unexpectedly cut through Murong Qingqing's curtain of darkness as if it was tofu. If she was hit by this claw, even if Murong Qingqing had a demonic body, she would lose her fighting strength. The 4 humans and 3 demons had only exchanged blows for a short moment. By the time Yi Chen repelled the 3 demons, Murong Qingqing was already in danger. His expression was calm as he extended his left index finger and pointed at the multicolored claw light. The cyan-colored finger, which was emitting a halo, arrived first and defeated the opponent. Herculean Bear King Art. On the other side, Tyrant Bear, who was stronger than the Black Wind Leopard, had an ugly expression. He used a secret art unique to demonic beasts, and his body grew several times bigger. An earthen yellow radiance revolved around his body as he rushed over with large strides and punched out again. This punch had not yet landed, but the surrounding 10 Li was already trembling. Dream-eating wolf, it's time for you to come out. After defeating Sky Bird Ancestor's claw light, Yi Chen lightly patted the beast-taming token on his waist. Awoo! In an instant, the beast-taming token trembled, and a giant red wolf scuttled out. This wolf's head was filled with eyes, and they were tightly shut. The moment it came out, it raised its head to the sky and howled ferociously. This is... Sky Bird Ancestor pondered for a moment before his eyes widened. Dream-eating wolf. It's actually a dream-eating wolf. He actually has a dream-eating wolf, and it's at level 10. Boom! After forcing Tyrant Bear back, Yi Chen instructed Dream-eating wolf. Use the Dreamland ability. Dream-eating wolf nodded, and the numerous eyes on its head opened. A dense dim light spread out in all directions with Dream-eating wolf as the center, like a slightly transparent tide. Not good, retreat quickly. Sky Bird Ancestor roared. A pair of 5-colored Jinyuan wings condensed on his back, and he shot into the distance. Yin, Demon Ancestor, received his warning and was slightly delayed. Immediately, he was enveloped by the dim light. At the same time, Tyrant Bear, Serpent Demon, and Eagle Demon were also enveloped by the dim light. 1 man and 3 demons fell into the range of the dim light. Their faces were filled with struggle, but the degree of it was different. Among them, Tyrant Bear was the first to enter the Dreamland, followed by Serpent Demon. On the contrary, Eagle Demon and Yin, Demon Ancestor, didn't enter immediately, but they were also in a half-dreamland state. Chapter 620. When Yi Chen encountered Dream-eating wolf for the first time, he was caught off guard and suffered quite a bit. If not for his strong will, it would have been impossible for him to destroy the Dreamland in an instant. Ever since Dream-eating wolf swallowed the 9-twist spirit grass, his Dreamland creation ability had become much stronger than before. As long as the will did not exceed the 4th step, it would be impossible to resist the corrosion of the Dreamland. Eagle Demon and Yin, Demon Ancestor, should have had some kind of fortuitous encounter, which was why they did not fall into the Dreamland in an instant. Instead, they were in a half-dreamland state. Kill Tyrant Bear and Snake Demon first, Yi Chen said to Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing woke up from the shock and pointed out her finger at the bear tyrant and the snake beast. The pitch-black finger power instantly pierced through the snake beast's head. Only the bear tyrant's defense was too high, so it only made its head bleed. Moreover, the pain made it feel like it was about to leave the dream. On the other side, Yi Chen approached Yin demon ancestor at an extreme speed. Relying on sword chi to kill Yin demon ancestor was not very safe. After all, he was only in a half-dreamland state, and intense danger would wake him up. Once he did, a single sword chi would at most heavily injure him. It would not be able to kill him instantly. Therefore, Yi Chen had to get closer. Once he got close, he would have the confidence to kill him regardless of whether he was awake or not. Indeed, as soon as Yi Chen got close, Yin demon ancestor woke up. No. Yin demon ancestor roared as he raised his right palm, dragging out a sawtooth blade light as he ruthlessly chopped at the incoming Yi Chen. At the moment of life and death, his potential burst out. This palm blade was even more powerful than when he was at his peak, causing spatial ripples to distort crazily. I said that if I can make you fall once, I can make you fall a second time. As for the third time, that's it. Yi Chen's face was expressionless as the thunder disaster sword pierced out with an even faster speed, using the wood profound sword move, amaranthine nature. Pucci, Yin demon ancestors, Yin demon chop had only been executed halfway when his forehead was pierced. His pupils dilated to the extreme, as if he could not believe that he had died, just like that. Taking out the thunder disaster sword, Yi Chen twisted his body and turned around in the air, flying toward the eagle demon, who was 100 meters away. The eagle demon was shaken awake by the roar of the Yin demon ancestor before his death. Seeing Yi Chen approaching him, he shrieked and flapped his wings, wanting to escape. Gold ripple. Along the way, Yi Chen swung the long sword in his hand, and 7 to 8 streams of golden sword chi spread out like scattered water ripples. Puff, puff, puff. Although the eagle demon was fast, no matter how fast it was, it could not match the speed of the sword chi. Its back, tail, and left wing were all hit by the sword. Its steel-like feathers and bright red blood splattered all over the sky. It staggered and almost fell from the sky. I'll fight it out with you. With his left wing injured, the eagle demon's speed was greatly reduced. He turned around and flapped his right wing. An earth-shattering crescent wind blade slashed towards Yi Chen. Sword steps. Yi Chen was like a zigzagging sword light, shuttling through the densely packed wind blades. Whenever he encountered a gap, he would break it with his sword. Wind fire pellet. Seeing that the wind blades could not do anything to Yi Chen, a hideous expression flashed through his face. He opened his beak, and a green-red pearl was spat out. This pearl expanded rapidly in the wind, turning into the size of a house. Its whole body was surrounded by red flames and dark blue wind. The wind and fire stimulated each other, doubling its power. It then attacked towards Yi Chen with lightning speed. What? Inner pellet. Yi Chen was shocked. When demonic beasts were below rank 9, they would all have an inner pellet inside their bodies. It was their foundation, just like a human's dantian, which stored a huge amount of beast power. Demonic beasts below rank 9 would not be able to let their inner pellets fly out to attack. Only a small portion of demonic beasts with this kind of talent would be able to do it. However, unless it was a life and death situation, they would not dare to do it, because once their inner pellets were destroyed, they would lose at least half of their cultivation, which was extremely dangerous. However, after the demonic beasts reached rank 9, their inner pellets would be refined, turning into a beast power ocean. It was just like when a human reached the Sea of Soul's realm. The Zhanyuan core in their dantian would directly turn into a Zhanyuan ocean. Although the two had different names, the principles were similar. He really did not expect that the eagle beast would have a wind and fire dual elemental pellet inside its body. It should be known that attacking with the inner pellet was the most powerful attack of the demonic beasts with this kind of talent. It meant that they were going to risk their lives. It was not hard to imagine that the attacking power would definitely increase by a whole new level. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen's body spun in the air as he waved out dozens of golden sword chi, attacking on the huge inner pellet that was surrounded by wind and fire. This inner pellet was indestructible, and no matter how powerful Yi Chen was, he could not destroy it with one attack. At most, he could slow it down a little. The eagle demon's feathered face twitched. The wind-fire core was connected to his soul and was a part of his body. When the wind-fire core suffered an intense attack, he didn't feel good either. Plus, this inner core was equivalent to 1/3 of his cultivation. This cultivation was his life's cultivation, and it would take a long time to recover even a little bit. It wasn't as simple as replenishing his demonic power. Once the pellet is used, even the boss tyrant bear would not be able to compete with it. Eagle Beast had always been proud. Although his status in the Wanxiong Mountain was not as high as Tyrant Bear, that was because he had not taken out his biggest ace card yet. He knew that it was necessary to have a life-saving ace card, which could save his life in a critical moment. Therefore, he had never shown it in front of anyone. As for this wind-fire pellet, it was not his special ability. Instead, it was something he had learned from a beast secret art. This secret art could allow him to split his inner pellet when he became a rank 9 beast. Part of the pellet would turn into a beast power ocean, while the other part would remain the same. After so many years, he had only used it 3 times. The first time was on a beast that was more powerful than him, and he eventually killed it. The second time was when Sky Hunter Master wanted to tame him, and the third time was right now. The wind-fire pellet contained 1/3 of his cultivation. Once it was used to attack, it would be twice as powerful as his most powerful attack. Boom, 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 boom. The wind-fire pellet kept clashing with Yi Chen. Wind and fire filled up half of the sky, and even the rocks in the mountains were melted, turning into red lava. This Brett actually has a dream-eating wolf. No wonder he dared to talk so arrogantly. A few miles away, Sky Hunter Master flapped the colorful wings on his back, looking at Yi Chen and the dream-eating wolf with a gloomy face. Although the dream-eating wolf's battle power was not as powerful as the top-rank beasts, it was still very rare. It was even more useful to humans than those beasts. It was definitely one of the rare beasts. Looking at the dream-eating wolf, Sky Hunter Master's face was filled with greed. He did not want to leave right now, and seemed to want to watch from the sidelines. Eagle Beast's wind-fire pellet made me suffer a lot. Even if it can't defeat this brat, it can still exhaust him. I have to find a way to take the dream-eating wolf away. Roar! Right at this moment, an earth-shattering roar of a bear resounded. With Tyrant Bear as the center, the space rippled and the ground cracked. Tyrant Bear was the owner of the Wanxiong Mountain after all, and his body was far more powerful than other beast overlords of the same level. Even the level 9 ice flood dragon that Yi Chen had encountered in the savage ancient land was much weaker than him. Of course, the ice flood dragon was a top-rank beast just like Blue Phoenix, and once it reached level 10, Tyrant Bear would not be able to compete with it. But no matter what, Tyrant Bear's battle power was undeniable. After suffering a series of heavy injuries, Tyrant Bear finally woke up from his dream. Seeing Murong Qingqing continuously attacking him, he was enraged. Roar! The dream-eating wolf also roared into the sky, but it did not help Yi Chen. Yi Chen had told it to help Murong Qingqing deal with Tyrant Bear. The dim light was like a tide, constantly attacking Tyrant Bear's soul sea. The red fur on the surface of the dream-eating wolf's body rose up like a raging red flame. Seeing that the dream-eating wolf was staying here, Murong Qingqing knew that it was Yi Chen's order. Curtain of darkness! With a wave of her hand, a black barrier appeared, protecting her and the dream-eating wolf. The black bat wings on Murong Qingqing's back expanded to the limit. Streams of black light flowed into her body through the bat wings, and finally flowed along her meridians to her fingertips. Demonic finger! Murong Qingqing shouted, pointing a finger at the enraged tyrant bear. Bang! A black sun rose from the Wan Xiong mountain, and Tyrant Bear, who had been eroded by the dream, was sent flying, unable to fight back at all. Well done! Murong Qingqing knew that the dream-eating wolf had done its best. Without its dream power, Tyrant Bear would not have been in such a daze. Woo woo woo! The dream-eating wolf wagged its tail. Murong has the help of the dream-eating wolf, and she has also inherited the demon's martial arts from the demon's bloodline. So, there should be no problem. It is the Sky Hunter Master who will be a problem. While battling with the eagle beast, Yi Chen could still split his attention to observe the surroundings, especially the Sky Hunter Master's every move. Let's take care of the eagle beast first. This pellet will be the reward for the dream-eating wolf. After reaching rank 9, the demonic beasts would lose their pellets, which would be a lot less valuable. Therefore, under normal circumstances, there would not be many Sea of Souls realm warriors who would hunt rank 9 or 10 beasts, since the gains would not make up for the losses. However, the eagle beast was different, since it still had the pellet inside its body. If the dream-eating wolf swallowed it, it would definitely increase its beast power by a lot. And the importance of the dream-eating wolf went without saying. I will let you have a taste of my new Thunder Devour. With the Thunder Disaster sword in his right hand and the gold sword in his left, the two swords crossed in front of each other. Two oppositely arranged thunderbolts fused together, forming a deep thunder ball. This was not the dual sword style, since the real dual sword style would only produce a thunderball at the very last moment. In fact, this Thunder Devour was the combined attack of the Sky Thundercut and the Reverse Sky Thundercut. A long time ago, Yi Chen had already planned to do this, but he had never succeeded. Only after the Sky Thundercut had reached 110% and his Thunder Profound had improved a lot did he succeed in fusing it. Pep! The destructive thunder spread out everywhere. Yi Chen was in the middle of it, attacking at an extreme speed toward the pellet. Now is the time. The Sky Hunter Master saw that the battle between Yi Chen and the Eagle Beast was still going on, so he could not afford to be distracted. So, he flew toward the dream-eating wolf. In his opinion, it would be impossible for Yi Chen and the Eagle Beast to win within a second, and with the preparation, he would not be invaded by the dream-eating wolf's dream. Once he wounded the dream-eating wolf badly, he could even use Murong Qingqing to threaten Yi Chen, leaving him no chance to fight back. Chapter 6, 21. Awu. The dream-eating wolf's soul was extremely powerful. It immediately sensed the approaching Sky Hunter Master. It turned around, its red fur stood up, and a dim light shot out from its head towards the Sky Hunter Master like a wave. Darkness sky. With the dream-eating wolf's warning, Murong Qingqing had also noticed the Sky Hunter Master's movement. She pushed out both of her hands, and a black screen covered half of the sky, blocking the Sky Hunter Master's path. Huh. The Sky Hunter Master sneered. He reached out both of his hands and tore open the black screen. Soul-destroying wave. Murong Qingqing's expression did not change. She held a black light ball in her right hand and tightened her fingers. The black light ball exploded, turning into a black fan-shaped light wave, shooting towards the Sky Hunter Master. Not good. The soul vibration from the fan-shaped light wave could not escape the Sky Hunter Master's senses. He did not expect Murong Qingqing to have a soul attack type martial art. If it were not for the dream-eating wolf, he would not be afraid. But the dream-eating wolf's ability to create dreams was way too powerful. If he was even slightly careless, he would fall for it. Great Sky Crow art! The Sky Hunter Master patted the beast tag on his waist with his right hand. All of a sudden, a huge amount of black crows rushed out. These black crows were only rank 4 demonic beasts, which were equivalent to a late condensing reality realm human warrior. But there were way too many of them. Thousands of them covered the sky. Caw, caw, caw. A huge amount of black crows rushed towards the fan-shaped light wave like a black tide. Without a sound, the black crows that had collided with the light wave all fell down. Both of their eyes turned white. Obviously, their souls had been destroyed. The fan-shaped light wave had also dimmed a lot after being attacked by the black crows. The soul vibration it contained was almost negligible, so could not affect the Sky Hunter Master at all. Boom! On the other side, Yi Qin and the wind fire pellet had also clashed together, bringing up a sky full of thunder and fire. Crack! Indistinctly, there was the sound of something shattering amidst the thunderclap. Impossible! Eagle Beast's eyes were filled with fear as he puked out a mouthful of blood. Break! Yi Chen could see the cracks on the windfire Dan, and there was a thick beast power leaking out from the cracks. He sheathed his gold sword and clenched his left hand into a fist. A white dragon bone defense layer covered his fist as he threw a punch right at the center of the Dan. Bang! The wind and fire pellet shook violently for a few times before it suddenly shrunk. In the end, it turned into a green and red pearl that was only the size of a bowl. Reaching out with his left hand, Yi Chun grabbed the wind flame pill, which had shrunk in size, tightly. You want to take my wind fire pill? Die! The wind fire pellet was a part of the eagle demon's body, so it was easy to control. Its eyes narrowed, and the wind fire pellet in Yi Chen's hand immediately began to tremble, as if it wanted to grow bigger again. On the surface of the wind fire pellet, the wind fire Yao Qi spilled out, burning Yi Chen's palm. Crack! Yi Chen's left hand's 5 fingers were like hooks. No matter how hard the wind fire pellet shook, it could not grow even a bit bigger. As for the wind fire Yao Qi, it could not do anything to the dragon bone defense either. It could only make the dragon bone defense a bit darker. Of course, Yi Chen could not keep fighting with the eagle beast like this. He held the Thunder Disaster Sword in his right hand and threw out a gold pattern attack. The scattered golden sword Qi made it impossible for the eagle beast to escape. No. After losing the pellet, the eagle beast only had 2/3 of its cultivation left. Even if its body's power did not decrease, it still could not compete with Yi Chen's sword Qi. Pooh! 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 Blood splashed everywhere as the eagle beast was torn apart by the golden sword Qi. The wind fire pellet that had lost control also quieted down. This eagle beast is indeed powerful. If I did not use my Thunder Devour, it would probably take me more than 100 attacks to kill it. Yi Chen held the pellet and sighed. Beast binding thorns. Yi Chen had killed the eagle beast in less than 10 blinks of an eye. During this time, Sky Hunter Master had already broken through Murong Qingqing's defense and performed a sealing martial art. The dream-eating wolf was surrounded by golden light as a pure golden thorn appeared and wrapped around the dream-eating wolf. That long golden thorn pierced into the dream-eating wolf's body. Awoo! The dream-eating wolf wanted to struggle, but the more it struggled, the tighter the golden thorns bound it. Moreover, the golden thorns were making it feel extremely painful. Flying sky assassination cut. The black bat wings on her back flapped. Murong Qingqing's body moved unpredictably, turning into dozens of images all of a sudden, attacking toward the Sky Hunter Master from all directions. It was hard to tell which one was real and which one was fake, and which one was real and which one was fake. This woman is so fast. Sky Hunter Master's expression did not change as he patted the beast tag on his waist. Screech! Caw! Roar! Several different beast roars sounded. At the same time, a demon bird with a long horn on its head, a crow with black flames all over its body, and a winged dog rushed out from the beast tag and appeared around the Sky Hunter Master. Go! Capture this woman for me. Remember, do not kill her. Although Murong Qingqing was powerful, her speed was a bonus. The 3 beasts that Sky Hunter Master had let out were all rank 10 beasts that specialized in speed. Each of them was quite powerful, even more powerful than Master Level C of Souls, realm warriors like Hai Wuya. In order to tame these 3 beasts, he had spent a lot of effort. Hearing Sky Hunter Master's order, the 3 rank 10 beasts flapped their wings and started to fight against Morong Chingching, who was extremely fast. Although their speed was not as fast as Morong Chingching, the 3 of them worked together to suppress her, making it impossible for her to get close to Sky Hunter Master. After getting rid of Morong Chingching, Sky Hunter Master turned his head to look at the dream-eating wolf. The dream-eating wolf was still struggling. Even though it was covered in wounds and the blood had made its red fur even brighter, it still did not give up. It even tried its best to open all of the eyes on its forehead as wide as possible, letting out an even thicker dim light. It is useless. Although Sky Hunter Master said that his eyes were still a bit absent-minded, he was shocked, so he hurried to bite his tongue and push his martial will to its limit, battling against the dim light. Meanwhile, he clenched his fist, and the golden thorns around the dream-eating wolf tightened, stabbing deep into its body. Awoo! The dream-eating wolf screamed into the sky. "You are looking for death." From afar, Yi Chen saw this scene and his eyes turned cold. His body flashed once, turning into a beam of sword light and flying out. How could he take care of the eagle beast so quickly? Because Sky Hunter Master was focused on fighting against the dream-eating wolf's dream erosion. He did not pay any attention to Yi Chen. It was not until Yi Chen flew over that he realized it. Damn it, the second he was distracted, the dream-eating wolf's dream erosion became more and more violent, which made him lose his focus. It scared him so much that he immediately stopped paying attention to Yi Chen. I can't let this go on anymore. Sky Hunter Master raised up his palm, trying to knock the dream-eating wolf out, one finger shattering the void. Yi Chen reached out his left index finger and pointed at Sky Hunter Master from afar. Pop! The blue hand shrunk the distance between them, appearing right in front of Sky Hunter Master within a second. That horrifying space power made his protective Zhen Yuan dim and twist intensely. Damn it! Damn it! Sky Hunter Master hated it so much that he was grinding his teeth. Just one more step, and he would be able to get the dream-eating wolf. As long as he could tame the dream-eating wolf, together with all of his beasts, any Master Level C of Soul's Realm warriors would not be able to do anything to him. Yi Chen, I will remember you. Sky Hunter Master left without hesitation. He flapped his colorful wings, instantly getting away from the dream-eating wolf and shooting into the distance. He did not even care about the 3 beasts that he had released. Where do you think you are going? Murong Chingcheng saw that Yi Chen had arrived, so she let out a breath of relief. Then, the black bat wings on her back flapped once again, twisting the space pattern into an arc shoe. Under the siege of the 3 beasts, Murong Chingcheng's body disappeared without a trace. In front of Sky Hunter Master, a huge black light poured out as a pitch-black finger pointed at his forehead. You are looking for death. Sky Hunter Master formed a claw with his right hand and threw out a claw attack. Boom! The shockwave swept across the sky. Murong Chingcheng had blood dripping out from the corner of her mouth as she was blown backward. Although Sky Hunter Master did not back out, he was still frozen where he was. Shoo! The sword light flashed once, and Yi Chen appeared in front of Sky Hunter Master. You cannot run away now, Yi Chen said coldly. Sky Hunter Master was enraged. Little brat, do you really think that you can stop me by yourself? If I, Sky Hunter Master, want to leave, no one can stop me. Then his body split into 2. 2 identical Sky Hunter Masters appeared. Even their soul auras were the same. It was impossible to tell which one was the real one. The 2 Sky Hunter Masters flew in different directions, one on the left and one on the right. Yi Chen was not affected at all. His body moved and also split into 2 figures. Although these 2 figures did not have the same soul aura, other than the soul aura, it was still impossible to tell which one was the real one. Yi Chen on the left held his gold sword and flew out, stabbing towards one of the Sky Hunter Masters. The extreme speed of the sword made his body look like a phantom in the water. Swoosh! There was no blood. This Sky Hunter Master was fake. The other, Yi Chun, chased closely behind the real one. His speed was obviously faster. Little brat, you will not have a good ending if you go too far. You should not say that to me. If I manage to escape today, I will pay you back 10 times in the future. Sky Hunter Master's figure split into 2 again. Shadow explosion. This time, Yi Chun did not create any clones. He exploded directly and countless black shadows shot out, drowning Sky Hunter Master and his clones within. There was a golden sword chi moving within the black shadows, followed by colorful claw shadows. Knowing that he could not escape, Sky Hunter Master's eyes were filled with hatred. He started to fight with Yi Chun, pushing his power to the extreme. Unfortunately, his power was only slightly higher than that of Een Demon Master. The reason why Een Demon Master had asked for him was because he had a lot of beasts. With the help of beasts, Sky Hunter Master's power was way beyond Lin Tian and Lan Xieching. Although he was not as powerful as the top 5 young warriors, it would not take them only 1 or 2 attacks to kill him. He had sent out 3 of his most powerful beasts to fight against Murong Qingcheng, and they would not be able to make it in time. Without a powerful beast, the Sky Hunter Master could only send out some of the weaker beasts to fight against Yi Chun. However, they were all cut in half by Yi Chun's sword attack. Soon, even he himself had lost an arm. Shoo! The golden sword light shone in the sky as Yi Chun appeared behind Sky Hunter Master, while holding the sword with both of his hands. There was a faint blood mark on his neck. As the wind blew, Sky Hunter Master's head flew up into the sky. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Chapter 6:22. I will not accept this. The head that had shot up into the sky let out an extremely venomous roar before stopping abruptly. Yi Chun shook his head. If he had known this earlier, he would not have gotten involved in this mess. Putting away the Sky Hunter Master storage ring, Yi Chun flicked out his finger. An extremely sharp green lotus sword chi shot out, shattering the golden thorns on the dream-eating wolf's body. The dream-eating wolf got out, growling at Yi Chun as the wounds on its body slowly healed. You've done well. There will be a reward for you. Nodding satisfyingly, Yi Chun flew toward Murong Qingcheng. Are you all right? Murong Qingcheng shook her head. I'm all right, but I let the tyrant bear escape. After being blown away by Murong Qingcheng's sky demon finger, the tyrant bear knew that it was not good, so it escaped immediately. On the other hand, Murong Qingcheng had to deal with the Sky Hunter Master, so she did not chase after it. Yi Chun said, It's just a demonic beast. It's not a big deal. No matter how powerful the tyrant bear was, it was only a demonic beast. Its intelligence was limited, and it was not as cunning as the Een Demon Master and the Sky Hunter Master. Therefore, it would not be much of a threat to Yi Chun. Come, let's go underground. The purpose of this trip was the phoenix plume tree, and Yi Chun would not forget it. Instead of going down through the tunnel, the 2 men and the wolf directly penetrated the ground and arrived at a depth of more than 6,000 meters below the main peak of Mount Wanxiong. Whoosh! The sound of flowing water came from an underground river of unknown length. The river was more than 100 meters wide. Beside the rocks by the river, there was a 3-meter-tall, multicolored tree. Red was the main color of the tree, making it look magnificent and noble. This is the phoenix plume tree. The gazes of the 2 humans and 1 wolf were focused on the colorful tree. This tree was different from ordinary trees. Its entire body seemed to be made of red jade, and its surface emitted a multicolored glow. It didn't have many branches, but it was just right. At the joints of some branches, there were fruits hanging down. These fruits looked like bananas, but they were flatter than bananas. They were about a foot long, and there were patterns of phoenix tails engraved on the surface. The astonishing spiritual energy fluctuations caused the origin energy here to be much denser. It was a good place to meditate and cultivate. One phoenix plume fruit is equivalent to 1,000 years of maturity. There are 12 phoenix plume fruits here, which means they are at least 12,000 years old. Seeing the phoenix plume tree and the phoenix plume fruit, Morong Chingching heaved a sigh of relief. Woo woo woo! The dream-eating wolf wagged its tail. Although it was its first time seeing the phoenix plume fruit, the smell it emitted made it feel very comfortable. Yi Qin said, "The phoenix plume fruit can strengthen your body and heal any internal injuries. At the same time, it also has the effect of nourishing yin and yang. You still can't take it?" He originally wanted to let Morong Chingcheng refine some of the dragon blood plants and extract the dragon power inside. It should be known that Morong Chingcheng's demon body was much stronger than the spirit body. A rank 2 demon body was even stronger than a rank 3 spirit body, so it could hold more dragon power. Morong Chingcheng said, "Spirit plants and pellets that are useful to human warriors are basically useless to me. Only those medicinal herbs that are close to the demons are useful to me." After knowing that she couldn't refine the dragon blood plants, she understood that she had embarked on a completely different path from human warriors. "That's too bad." Yi Qin patted the dream-eating wolf's head and flew to the side of the phoenix plume tree. Up! With a wave of his right hand, an unparalleled power acted on the phoenix plume tree and the surrounding area. Boom! The underground river surged violently, and the phoenix plume tree and the surrounding land were uprooted and floated in the air. However, the phoenix plume fruit on the phoenix plume tree didn't move at all, as if it was embedded in the tree. Bang! Holding a phoenix plume fruit in his left hand, Yi Qin pulled it with all his strength. The powerful force acted on the phoenix plume fruit, and he barely managed to pick it off. At the same time, the sound of steel breaking could be heard. "It's too tight. Even with 100,000 pounds of strength, I can barely pick it off." Yi Qin was secretly shocked. "Here." Yi Qin threw the phoenix plume fruit to the dream-eating wolf. Awoo! The dream-eating wolf jumped up and bit on the phoenix plume fruit. The wounds on its body had not fully recovered yet, and it needed time to recover. With the phoenix plume fruit, it would not have to worry about that anymore. Plus, the phoenix plume fruit could make its body even stronger, and it could also nourish its qi and blood. So big, I guess it can barely fit in a mid-rank storage ring. I still need a top-rank storage ring. Otherwise, when I have more things in the future, I won't have anywhere to put them. Although a storage ring could be put into a storage ring, a low-rank storage ring had too little space and could not hold too big of a thing. Even if you had 10,000 of them, they would only be able to hold soul stones. If I had a top-rank storage ring, all of these problems would be solved, since the storage space of a top-rank storage ring was 10 times bigger than a mid-rank one. Yi Qin had dozens of mid-rank storage rings, and they were all taken from his enemies. Of course, they were all dead. However, he had never seen a top-rank storage ring before. It seemed that a storage ring with such a huge space was extremely rare and could not be bought even with soul stones. Putting away the phoenix plume tree, Yi Qin put the dream-eating wolf back into the beast tag and let it recover slowly. Once it recovered, he would give it the wind fire pellet. Now I only need the skull flower. Yi Qin let out a long breath. Yeah. Morong Chingching nodded, her face full of hope. The barbarian race has a strong culture of martial arts. The best weapons for the barbarian warriors are spears and bows. Normally, they would put poison on the tips of the spears and arrowheads, which could kill with one attack. Maybe we can find the skull flower in the barbarian mountains. The skeleton flower was different from other herbs. It was a type of extremely poisonous herb. The higher the age, the more poisonous it was. A 10,000-year-old skeleton flower was second only to the world's most poisonous herb. However, a 10,000-year-old skeleton flower was not easy to find. They only needed a 5,000-year-old skeleton flower. Leaving the mountain, the two flew towards the nearest barbarian tribe. This should be the poisonous mountain where this barbarian tribe grows the poisonous plants. On the edge of a mountain with colorful miasma, a man and a woman appeared quietly. They were indeed Yi Qin and Morong Qingqing, who were looking for the skull flower. There were big and small barbarian tribes. The big ones had millions of people, while the small ones only had tens of thousands of people. The tribe that the two had chosen was a tribe with 200,000 people. According to the map, it was called the Iron Flower Tribe. Barbarian warriors liked to coat their weapons with poison, but that didn't mean they weren't afraid of it. Not to mention, it wasn't just a matter of one or two poisonous plants. It required thousands of poisonous plants. Obviously, it was very dangerous to cultivate poisonous plants in the tribe. Therefore, the barbarian tribes would usually choose a mountain nearby and cultivate poisonous plants there. Because of the poisonous plants gathering together, the poisonous gas would fill the air and create an extremely poisonous miasma, which would become a natural barrier. Ordinary demonic beasts wouldn't dare to come close. Of course, there would be a lot of barbarian warriors guarding around the mountain. Even if they were not afraid of the poison, it would not be easy to sneak in. Not far away from the two, there was a group of barbarian warriors patrolling. The highest cultivation is only at the astral reaching realm, and the rest are all clasping yuan realm warriors. In case of alerting them, we should be careful. Of course, they could take it by force, but it would not last long. Plus, the barbarians did not have any conflicts with them, so they did not want to have any conflicts with the Iron Flower Tribe. Let's go. The colorful miasma could not penetrate the protective Zhen Yuan of Sea of Souls realm warriors. So the two sneaked into the miasma and arrived at the poisonous mountain. There was a building on top of the mountain, which was covered in a light layer. There were still barbarian warriors patrolling inside. Yi Qin and Morong Qingqing could even sense a couple of Sea of Souls realm Zhen Yuan vibrations on top of a tower in the middle of the building. Not here. Not here either. Let's go check the other side. Yi Qin and Morong Qingqing were very good at hiding, so they were not discovered by the Sea of Souls realm warriors in the building. Occasionally, there would be soul power scanning over, but it would be sensed by Yi Qin beforehand. He would then use Morong Qingqing's dark, profound to hide from them. After a couple of hours, Yi Qin, over here! Morong Qingqing found the skull flowers in the middle of the mountain. It was a huge area, and with a rough look, there were at least thousands of them. Black poisonous qi was being emitted from the flowers, which gathered in the air and formed into a huge skull. Yi Qin had also arrived. Let's search and see if there are any 5,000 years old ones. After the time it took to brew a pot of tea, the two were full of disappointment. Among the thousands of skull flowers, there were only 30,000 years old ones. There was not even one 2,000 years old, not to mention 5,000 years old ones. After plucking more than 20 skeleton flowers that were more than 1,000 years old, the two of them left the poison mountain quietly and arrived outside the multicolored miasma, far away from the Iron Flower Tribe. Yi Qin studied the skull flowers in his hand and said, "The Iron Flower Tribe is a small tribe. Right now, we will have to go check out some of the mid-sized tribes." Since there were skull flowers in the Iron Flower Tribe, then the other tribes must have some as well. The only question would be if there were any skull flowers above 5,000 years old. On the third day, the two arrived at the Bronze Tiger Tribe. The population of the Bronze Tiger Tribe was 3 times that of the Iron Flower Tribe, which was 700,000 to 800,000 people. The Poison Mountain near the tribe was also bigger than the Iron Flower Tribes. There were thousands of barbarian warriors guarding around the Poison Mountain, each of them holding long spears and carrying huge bows on their backs, looking extremely evil. Inside the Poison Mountain, 2 shadows were moving around sneakily. There are no 5,000 years old skull flowers. The oldest one is only 2,800 years old. Do I really have to go to those big tribes? Yi Chen was very scared of the big tribes. In this true spirit continent, the number of barbarians was way smaller than the human population, which was only 1 out of 10,000 of the human population. In other words, all of the barbarians added together would only be a few 100 million or billion. However, although there were not many of them, the chance of them having powerful warriors was thousands of times higher than the human population. So, there might be a chance of life and death realm warriors in the big tribes. There are hundreds of big tribes, so it would be impossible for every tribe to have a barbarian king. I heard that there would not be a lot of barbarian kings added together, which would be way less than the human population. The chance of running into a barbarian king should not be that high, maybe 1%. The skull flower was something that they had to get, so Yi Chen would not give up on it. Let's go. Let's go to the big tribes. Yi Chen turned around and said to Murong Qingqing. Chapter 6:23. The Battle Halberd tribe was one of the big tribes among the barbarian tribes. It had a population of 2,800,000, and its territory was more than 300,000 miles, just like a barbarian country. The Battle Halberd tribe did not have just one gathering place. Just like how human countries were divided into many cities, the Battle Halberd tribe was also divided into more than 10 towns. In the middle of these towns was the main city of the Battle Halberd tribe, called the Battle Halberd City. And the Poison Mountain of the Battle Halberd tribe was right next to the Battle Halberd City. Around the Poison Mountain, there were a shocking number of barbarians patrolling. Every 1,000 meters, there was a row of watchtowers, and every 5,000 meters, there was a huge fortress. There were also some flying beasts that the barbarians were raising, flying around in the sky, giving people a feeling that they had nowhere to attack. Not far from them, under the shadow of a rock mountain, 2 black shadows were faintly discernible, combining with the shadow. There are too many barbarian warriors, and there are so many flying beasts in the sky. There are also some hidden defenses that we don't know about. Yi Chen frowned. Facing this kind of situation, he almost had no idea what to do. After all, he could not use his soul power to check around. Even if he did, he might not be able to enter the Poison Mountain within a second without being noticed. Let's go to other places to check. Murong Qingqing suggested. They went to a few places, and they were all equally well guarded. Some of them were even several times more tightly guarded. Obviously, they were important places. No rush. Let's talk about it at night. At night, Yi Chen's shadow profound could be used to its limit, and so could Murong Qingqing's dark profound. With the cover of the night, it should not be a problem for them to enter the Poison Mountain. The night came, and a waning moon rose up slowly. From time to time, there were lotus clouds blocking the moonlight, making the whole place pitch black. Let's go. The second the waning moon was covered by the lotus clouds, Yi Chen's body moved like a shadow, flying close to the ground without making any sound. Murong Qingqing spread her wings and flew high up, under the effect of her dark profound. She had merged with the night sky, making no sound at all. Without raising any alarm, the two smoothly passed through the poisonous gas and entered the Poison Mountain. The Poison Mountain was huge, and there were many of them. There were some poisonous beasts in the mountain, but there were not many of them, and their ranks were not that high either. Late at night, the two of them finally found the location of the skeleton flower. So many skeleton flowers, in a valley that was neither too big nor too small. Skull flowers grew densely. It was impossible to count them all. Above the valley, illusory skulls appeared very strange. 3,800 years. 4,500 years. 4,900 years. 5,500 years. There really is a skeleton flower that is over 5,000 years old. Yi Chen looked around and immediately discovered a relatively large skeleton flower. The black aura that this flower emitted was as dense as water. If it was daytime, it would definitely look like spilled ink. I also have a 6,000-year-old skeleton flower here. Murong Ching transmitted her voice over. Yi Chen replied, "Pick a few more, just in case." Pop! The two had only picked a couple of skeleton flowers when a couple of the illusory skulls floating above the valley suddenly disappeared. It turned out that these skulls were formed by the poisonous qi, and the skeleton flowers were the source of the poisonous qi. Now that a couple of the most mature ones had been taken away, it caused a change immediately. Screech! On a tall mountain far away, a beast bird with sharp eyes saw the change in the valley and screeched into the sky. The sound was very penetrating. "Not good. Let's go." Yi Chen and Murong Ching rushed out of the valley. Their bodies flashed once as they shot out, activating their shadow profound and dark profound respectively to hide their aura. Who is it? There was a building in the Poison Mountain, and a huge group of barbarians flew out of it. The leader was obviously a peak-level late Sea of Souls realm barbarian, and his Zhen Yuan vibration was very powerful. Soon, a huge soul power spread out toward the direction where Yi Chen and Murong Ching were flying. Obviously, although Yi Chen and Murong Ching had powerful profound, they could not escape from the senses of a peak-level late Sea of Souls realm barbarian, who was able to detect the two immediately. Some humans have broken in. Seal them up immediately. The Poison Mountain was only 100 miles wide, which was more than enough for growing poisonous plants. But for Sea of Souls realm warriors, one scan would be able to cover 100 miles. This barbarian spread out his soul power and talked to the nearest Sea of Souls realm barbarian. "You are looking for death. Humans dare to break into our Poison Mountain?" The Sea of Souls realm barbarians outside were furious. They all rushed toward the designated location, blocking the path that Yi Chen and Murong Ching were trying to break through. Who? Yi Chen and Murong Ching rushed out of the poisonous miasma, but what greeted them were countless sharp arrows that shone with a cold light or solidified spear lights. Darkness sky. Murong Ching put up a black shield, blocking out the sharp arrows and spear lights. Fly into the sky. Yi Chen held Murong Ching's hand, flying toward the clouds above the Poison Mountain. They were fast like a rainbow, leaving a light trace under the moonlight. How could the Sea of Souls realm barbarians let them go so easily? They pushed their Jin Yuan and chased after them. Gradually, most of the weaker Sea of Souls realm barbarians had been left behind, so they had to give up. Only one barbarian with the highest cultivation was left, which was indeed horrifying. Although he was only at peak level late Sea of Souls realm, his Zhen Yuan was way more powerful than normal peak level late Sea of Souls realm warriors. He seemed to be accumulating Zhen Yuan to prepare for the life and death realm. Barbarian King Palm Print. The barbarian realized that he couldn't catch up with Yi Chen and Murong Ching in a short time. So he pressed his huge fan-like palm in the air, and a thick and hazy illusory palm print emerged, rushing towards the two. All of a sudden, the wind blew, the clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The air rippled like water, pushing the two sides. So powerful. I am afraid. He is not that far away from the half-step barbarian king realm. The life and death realm was not that easy to reach, and countless people had been stuck at this bottleneck. But some of the more determined people could reach the half-step king warrior level after decades or even hundreds of years of training. Although half-step king warriors were not as powerful as life and death realm warriors, they were still way more powerful than master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. For example, Sun Tai, the leader of the southern shallow water ape race, was a half-step beast king, and his power was immeasurable. Right now, Yi Chen could not compete with half-step barbarian king warriors, even if it were the top 5 young warriors. Thunder Devour. Turning around suddenly, Yi Chen crossed his 2 swords in front of him, and a thunderball landed on that illusory palm print. Boom! The blast wave swept across the sky, and Yi Chen's whole body was blown away. His speed had increased by more than 2 times, but he reacted extremely fast, grabbing onto Morong Ching and bringing her along with him. Using the momentum, they managed to get away from that barbarian who was chasing after them. Cunning human! An angry expression flashed past the barbarian's face. Barbarian King, roar. Like a whale sucking in water, the barbarian sucked in the air and clouds within thousands of meters around him. Then his eyes popped out as he opened his mouth to let out a shocking sound wave. It contained his genuine that was close to the life and death realm. Once it was let out, the whole sky turned bright white. Boom! The next second, a doomsday-like explosion was heard. The sound wave spread out at hundreds of times faster than the speed of sound, covering Yi Chen and Morong Ching immediately. Pooh! The two puked out a mouthful of blood. The sound wave was like a high-frequency vibration machine, which had shaken their bodies thousands of times within a second. If it were not for Yi Chen's rank 3 spirit body and dragon power, and Morong Ching's rank 2 demon body, that roar would have wounded them badly and made them lose their battling power. The high-frequency vibration had also stopped the two's Jinyuan from operating, and their speed had decreased drastically. It seemed like they were about to be caught up. Dream-eating wolf, come out! Yi Chen was about to summon the dream-eating wolf and have a great battle with the barbarian. As long as the barbarian's willpower had not reached rank 5, the dream-eating wolf might be able to make him enter the dreamland. Therefore, it was still uncertain who would have the upper hand. Plus, besides his own power and the dream-eating wolf, he still had another ace up his sleeve. Unless it was a life-and-death situation, he would not use it. Yi Chen, I have a way to escape. Morong Ching grabbed Yi Chen's hand, which was about to hit the beast tag. You have a way? Yi Chen looked over. Yeah. Morong Ching nodded, then grabbed Yi Chen's hand and held it tightly. Boom! The black bat wings on Morong Ching's back started to flap violently. At the same time, a shockingly powerful demon power spread out, blowing away all the air in the sky. This demon power was way beyond the Sea of Souls realm, and seemed to be at the life and death realm. Demon power essence. Yi Chen immediately realized that this demon power vibration belonged to that ancient demon king's demon power essence. It seemed like Morong Ching had not refined all of it, only a part of it. But then again, it made sense. The demon power essence of the ancient demon king was extremely powerful, and with Morong Ching's cultivation, she would not be able to refine it all. The barbarian, who was not far away from the two, looked shocked. He could feel that this vibration was a huge threat to him. There must be something strange going on, but it is not enough to scare me. The barbarian reached out his palm and performed his barbarian king palm print again. This time, the barbarian king palm print missed its target, because Morong Ching and Yi Chen disappeared from where they were standing like shadows. Within a blink of an eye, they were already hundreds of miles away. Then they flashed again, and even his soul power could not sense them anymore. How is this possible? This speed has almost reached the limit of the space. The barbarian's eyes were wide open, his face full of disbelief. The space of this true spirit continent had a limit. Once one's speed reached a certain level, it would not be able to increase anymore. But of course, it was not impossible, because once one's speed exceeded the limit of the space, one would be able to escape into the surreal space, where one's speed would not be restricted. It was also why life and death realm warriors would travel in the surreal space, since it was not something they wanted to do. Never mind, there are no treasures in this poison mountain, only some poisonous plants. Even if I lose some of the important ones, it will not hurt me at all. Shaking his head, the barbarian flew back the way he came. 500 miles away, a huge black light poured out, and Yi Chen and Morong Ching jumped out. Morong Ching's face was very pale. With her power right now, she still could not control the demon power essence. Even using a bit of it would be a huge burden. Chapter 6:24. The rest of the demon power essence should be used as little as possible. The demon yuan qi in this land is very rare. If you want to increase your cultivation quickly, you will have to rely on the demon power essence. Yi Chen saw that Morong Qingqing was fine, so he said. Morong Qingqing nodded. This land was a human land, not to mention the demon yuan qi. Even some of the demon element medicines were very rare. Therefore, it would be hard to increase her cultivation with external items, and it would not last long. But with the demon power essence, she could at least increase her cultivation to peak level 8 C's of Soul's realm. 1 year has passed. Let's go back to the South Rudra region. Other than the ant king grass, all the other ingredients had been found. The ant king grass could also be replaced by the black ant grass. If nothing went wrong, it should be possible. After all, the ant king grass was not the main ingredient for the shadowless poison. It was just a supplementary ingredient. Taking out the flying puppet, the two sat on it and flew toward the south. After 1 month, Morong family in the South Rudra region. What? You have found all the materials for the antidote? Morong Jishui was very surprised. In fact, he had not been idle during this half a year either. He had used all of his family's power to search for the materials, even spending a huge amount of spirit stones to buy information. In his eyes, Su Ruhui and Morong Qingqing were his everything. Nothing was more important than them. What he did not expect was that within half a year, the two had already found all the materials. Even with all of his family's power, he had only managed to find less than 1/10 of the materials. Morong Qingqing said, "It is all Yi Chen's credit. When I went to the Sky Martial region to find him, he had already found most of the materials." Morong Jishui looked at Yi Chen gratefully. "Thank you. It seems like it was the right decision to let you take care of Qingqing. You are a responsible person." Yi Chen did not know what to say. A blush appeared on Morong Qingqing's face. "Uncle, here are all the materials." Yi Chen took out a low-rank storage ring and handed it over to Morong Jishui, which contained all of the ingredients for the antidote. "But we did not find the ant king plant, only a couple of black ant plants. I wonder if they could be used as a replacement?" Morong Jishui smiled and said, "I don't know if I can replace it, but it doesn't matter. I have a lot of ant king grass here." He had bought it at an auction. "That's good." Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Now that everything was ready, all that was left was the east wind. "All right, I will make the antidote for the shadowless poison. You guys find a place to rest. Qingqing, I'll leave Yi Chen to you." Now that he had all the materials, Morong Jishui was in a much better mood, and his face glowed with glory. "Father, hurry up and refine the antidote." Morong Qingqing pushed Morong Jishui. All right, I will go now." Making the antidote for the shadowless poison was not hard for Morong Jishui, since the shadowless poison was created by the demi-demon family in the early days. The recipe and method of making the antidote had been passed down. During this period of time, Morong Jishui had practiced countless times in his head, trying to make sure that nothing went wrong. Once Morong Jishui left, there were only Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing in the living room. "I have not seen the scenery here yet. Take me around." Yi Chen chuckled. It was time for him to relax a bit. In the next couple of days, Morong Jishui tried his best to make the antidote for the shadowless poison. He shut himself in the house, while Morong Qingqing brought Yi Chen to travel around the Morong family. A lot of people from the Morong family had seen the two of them walking around hand in hand. "It seems like warrior Yi Chen will be the future son-in-law of our Morong family. Miss is a famous beauty. Warrior Yi is so lucky. You can't say that. Right now, Warrior Yi is famous in the Sky Martial region, second only to the top 5 young warriors. Only he is good enough for Mississippi, that's true." On this day, Yi Chen suggested, "I have been back for a few days. I want to go see my parents. Do you want to come?" "Yes." Murong Qingqing thought that it was also time for her to meet Yi Chen's parents. Windy Nation. In the living room of the Yi family, Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing were sitting in the main seats, while Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing were sitting in the lower seats. Miss Qingqing, this time you must stay for a few more days. I want to chat with you, Shen Yuqing said to Murong Qingqing gently. Murong Qingqing was a bit flattered. Her face, without the black veil, was glowing. Auntie, you can just call me Qingqing. As long as you don't mind me, I don't care how many days I stay here. Why would I mind you? Shen Yuqing laughed. There are not many girls as beautiful as you. Seeing Murong Qingqing's real face, Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing were both shocked. What kind of spirit chi would it take to give birth to such a beautiful face? Both of them were very happy that Yi Qin had brought back such a beautiful wife. After all, their son was a dragon among men and was not something normal people could compete with. Even those normal rich people could have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and all of them were beautiful like flowers. How could their son fall behind? Right then, Yi Tianhao winked at Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing seemed to have thought of something. He took out a jade pendant with a purple glow and innate cloud patterns from his storage ring. He walked down and handed it to Murong Qingqing. Qingqing, this innate magic cloud jade is our Yi family's heirloom. I will give it to you now. Thank you, Auntie. Murong Qingqing happily accepted it. Dad, Mom, where is Big Brother? Happy footsteps were heard. 2 kids around 7 or 8 years old ran in. It was Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao. 2 little guys. Shen Yuqing smiled helplessly. These little guys couldn't stay still. They had been running around the Yi family and playing with the other kids. They must have heard that Yi Chen had come back. Yi Chen held his brother and sister in each hand and joked, "Much heavier." Yi Xian said, "Big brother, other people's brothers and sisters come back often. Why don't you come back often?" "Yeah." Yi Xiaoxiao stared at Yi Chen with her eyes wide open. Yi Chen said, "You will know when you grow up." "Grow up? We are already grown up." Yi Tianhao joked. "You are still bothering your big brother when you are grown up." Hearing this, Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao made a face. On the side, Murong Qingqing laughed. Kids were indeed fun. She wondered what Yi Chen was like when he was a kid. Seeing his happy family, Yi Chen was very satisfied. In this world, he already had a happy family. All that was left was to become stronger and explore the mysteries of the universe. Plus, only by becoming stronger could he protect his family and the people around him. The Yi family in the Misty Mountain was huge. Beside the sparkling lake, Yi Chen was training with his sword. Beams of golden light flowed along the surface of his body, jumping onto the normal long sword and waving it around. The taste is not right. It should be more natural. It is too aggressive. It has ruined the harmony of the gold pattern. Training again and again, Yi Chen's understanding deepened again and again. In a pavilion hundreds of meters away, Murong Qingqing and Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao were together, watching Yi Chen train with his sword. Big brother is so hardworking. I want to be like him in the future. Yi Xian clenched his small fists. Murong Qingqing said, "You can start working hard when you are 10. Yi Chen's hard work, indeed, made her sigh. When she first met him, he was just a martial genius who was not that powerful. But every time they met, she could see his improvement, and his fame was getting bigger and bigger. From the South Rudra region to the Southern region, and then from the Southern region to the Sky Martial region, he was always shining brightly. Shoo! Shoo! The sound of air being torn apart was heard as the sword light spread out. I need to have the softness of water and the sharpness of metal. The two complement each other. Only then will it be complete. But it is not that easy. Putting away his sword, Yi Chen slowly let out a breath. Let's go. I will take you guys out to play. Since he could not make a breakthrough, Yi Chen did not force himself. In terms of comprehension, it was impossible to force it. It was all about the flow of water and the flow of water. Flying over the Yi family, Yi Chen made a slight noise. His body twisted and landed back in the Yi family. However, it was not his yard, but a side branch disciple's yard. Inside the yard, this side branch disciple was also training his sword art. His sword was a soft sword, so the sword art he trained leaned towards the gentle water element. Sword light danced in the yard, the gentle sword light like the moonlight mirage in the water, gathering and dispersing, making people feel intoxicated. Soft sword, gentle, sword light. As a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior, Yi Chen did not attract the other's attention at all. Instead, he seemed to be in a trance as he stared at the other's sword art. Murong Qingqing landed with Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao, using Zhenyuan to isolate an area. She knew that Yi Chen was comprehending something and could not be disturbed. After finishing his set of sword art, this side branch disciple wiped off his sweat and was about to put away his sword when he suddenly sensed someone training beside him. When he realized that it was Yi Chen, he immediately held his breath, not daring to make any movements. Who was Yi Chen? He was a legendary figure in the South Rudra region and even the whole southern region, a genius sword artist, and the pride of the Yi family. Even if he was more excited, he knew that he could not disturb Yi Chen. Soft sword is soft like water, but no matter how soft it is still a sword, sharp beyond compare. Yes, this is the feeling. Yi Chen sank into the training of the gold pattern as if he was possessed. Gradually, a golden pattern spread out in the yard. It was not sword light, nor was it sword qi. Instead, it was formed by Yi Chen's qi, which was very magical. As the golden pattern became more and more numerous, it became softer and softer, and its destructive power started to show. Soon, everything in the yard was turned into dust. At the critical moment, Murong Qingqing pushed out her Zhenyuan to protect this side branch disciple. Go. After an unknown period of time, Yi Chen waved out his sword, and the golden pattern spread out. Not to mention this side branch disciple. Even Murong Qingqing thought that it was the real water pattern, but it was gold in color. Facing this attack, there was no way to block it, and one could only defend passively. As for whether one could block it or not, it would be another story. Swoosh! There was a small green water in the yard, and under Yi Chen's sword attack, it was immediately split open. The most surprising thing was that after the green water was split open, it did not close up, as if it had always been like this. Moreover, the cut surface was so soft that it did not look like it had been split open by a sharp weapon. Finally completed. Yi Chen stopped training. Turning around, Yi Chen saw the disciples of the side branch of the Yi family whose faces were all red. What is your name? Yi Chen asked. Yi Xiaoshui. Yi Chen revealed a smile and said, Your sword art is not bad. For him to be able to complete the gold pattern, it was all thanks to him. Of course, it was also because he was training with a soft sword. If it were another sword, he would not have been able to comprehend it. Chapter 6:25. Being complimented by Yi Chen, Yi Xiaoshui was extremely excited. Although Yi Chen was about the same age as him, there was a huge gap between them. One was a Seas of Souls realm warrior, while the other was only an early clasping Yuan realm warrior. One was famous throughout the whole true spirit continent, while the other was not even that famous in the Windy Nation. Being complimented by Yi Chen was undoubtedly something that many of the new warriors had been dreaming about. This Sky Water Sword spell is for you. If you can master it, very few warriors under the late clasping Yuan realm would be able to compete with you. Taking out a book with a blue cover, Yi Chen handed it over to Yi Xiaoshui. Sky Water Sword spell. For me? Yi Xiaoshui knew that it was something special once he heard the name, so he took over the book excitedly. All right, I won't disturb your rest anymore. After giving the book to Yi Xiaoshui, Yi Chen left the Yi family with Murong Qingqing, Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoshui still felt like he was dreaming, watching Yi Chen's back as he walked away. Only when Yi Chen and the other 3 disappeared from his sight did he come back to his senses. First Sky True Water Sword Art. I wonder what grade it is. Yi Xiaoshui opened the cover and read, Sky Water Sword Spell, High Rank Earth Realm Sword Art. There are 16 movements in total, and the last movement is powerful enough to compete with top rank Earth Realm sword movements. It is actually a high rank Earth Realm sword art, and it is one of the top ones. Normally, if the last movement could be 1 rank higher, it meant that this sword art would be the top one among all the other sword arts of the same rank. Although there were a lot of secret manuals in the Yi family, including many secret manuals of sword arts, his talent was not top-notch. At most, he could learn low-rank Earth Realm sword arts. If he could have a mid-rank Earth Realm sword art, he would be satisfied. As for high-rank Earth Realm sword arts, it was something he could only dream of. He did not expect that at this moment he would actually have a high-rank Earth Realm sword art in his hands. He was so excited that he could not speak. In fact, he did not know that if it were not for his talent and comprehensive ability, Yi Chan was planning to give him a top-rank Earth Realm sword art. For Yi Chen, top-rank Earth Realm martial arts were not that precious anyway, so it was normal for him to give one out once in a while. After all, it was because of him that Yi Chen was able to train his gold pattern to completion, which was not something that a top-rank Earth Realm martial art could compare with. However, it also depended on the target. If he gave a top-rank Earth Realm sword art to Yi Chen, who knew when he would be able to learn it? What Yi Chen did not know was that his small action today had brought another famous sword artist to the Yi family. But of course, that was a story for another time. Last time, Li Xiao from the Evil Blood Martial School from the Rudra Nation beat me with only 3 attacks, relying on his high-rank sword art. 3 months. Give me 3 months. I will definitely teach him a lesson. Because of Yi Chen, the young generation of the Windy Nation had all set their sights on the outside world. They were no longer complacent and arrogant. They all had a common understanding, which was that if they wanted to improve, they would have to go out and compete with the others, since the outside world was huge. After the completion of his gold pattern, Yi Chen finally let go of everything else and took his brother and sister to travel around, with Morong Qingqing accompanying him. The places to travel were not only limited to the Windy Nation, but also a lot of countries in the South Rudra region that they had never been to before. They even left their footprints in some of the famous historical sites, along with the laughter of Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Xian. Of course, they returned after 2 days. On this day, something happened that shocked the entire South Rudra region. In every city and every country in the South Rudra region, there was a store with the name Knowledge Pavilion on it. Some of them were newly built, and some were renovated from other buildings. But without exception, they were all very spacious and luxurious, and there was only one kind of product inside, which was books. What kind of books? The book with the name Master Warrior Ranking written on the cover. As for what a Master Warrior was, besides some of the normal people who had never seen the world, everyone knew about it. There were 72 Grandmasters listed on the Grandmaster ranking, and every one of them was terrifyingly strong, capable of instantly killing an ordinary Grandmaster. After all, there were so many Grandmasters in the world, at least a few thousand. The 72 were naturally the elites of the elites, the Grandmasters of the Grandmasters. Once the ranking appeared in the South Rudra region, it immediately caused a great sensation. In fact, the South Rudra region was already a few days late. The Sky Martial region had released the ranking first, which was on the 10th of October, but it was already December, which was a month late. After all, the True Spirit continent was way too big, and it would be impossible for the whole continent to have the ranking appear at the same time. But it was only the first time, so it was inevitable that the time would be tight. If the other cities had the ranking, then Luo City would naturally have it as well. Outside of the pavilion, there was an ocean of people. All of the top warriors who had gotten the news had basically arrived, including some of the powerful martial artists who were close by. Haha, I got it. It is not expensive at all. Only 10 low-rank soul stones. I cannot squeeze in. How about we all look at it together? I have not even seen it yet. Why should I contribute it to everyone? Wait until you get it, then we can discuss it together. I will look at it myself first. Fuck, that's so disloyal. Even though they said that the people who were talking were already trying their best to squeeze in, they were so anxious that they could not wait to get their hands on the ranking. Everyone, don't worry. There are so many of them. Everyone has one. 10 low-rank soul stones for one. The manager of the pavilion chuckled. No matter how many people there were, there would be a time when they could get their hands on the ranking. After half an hour, the pavilion finally quieted down. The people coming in and out were not that scary anymore. Of course, it was not that quiet either. Every once in a while, there would be a lot of people coming to buy the ranking. It was just that it was not as crowded as before. In the restaurant, in the tea house, almost every place with a lot of people was talking about the ranking. Look, Yi Chen has made it into the ranking as well. Where is it? Let me see. Ranked 48. At the same time, all of the big cities in the South Ruder region had reached a boiling point. Shopkeeper, give me a copy of the Grandmaster list. Li Daoxian arrived at the pavilion. All right, here you go. The manager took out a brand new ranking book. The words were golden, and the cover was made of leather, which would be hard to destroy. Paying 10 low-rank soul stones, Li Daoxian walked out. Inside a tea house, Li Daoxian stared at the 48th name. There was only one word written on it, Yi Chen. Below it were all about Yi Chen's achievements and achievements. In other cities, Yan Qihua, Bingling, and the rest of the young martial geniuses from the same generation as Yi Chen had all gone to buy the ranking. Without any surprise, they saw Yi Chen's name. It was not low at all, being 48th. In the whole South region, there were only 4 people in the ranking, and Yi Chen was the only one in the South Ruder region. Among the 4, Yi Chen had the highest rank and was also the youngest. The second youngest was already 80 years old, and the remaining 2 were both over 100 years old. Some were even close to 200 years old. Most importantly, among the 72 people in the ranking, there were only 6 who were under 30 years old. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the 48th rank was. Chapter 6, 26. Murong Qingqing stayed at the Yi family for a week before going back to the Murong family. Inside the elegant yard, Yi Chen was drinking tea and reading a book in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, enjoying the lake breeze. The book was the master-level warrior ranking, and the tea was one of the most famous ones. Xia Beiting is ranked 5th. With his status in the martial world, as well as the title of the #1 blade artist, he deserves to be ranked 5th. But I did not expect these 4 old monsters to be this powerful. They are all top martial geniuses of their generation. Although they have not reached the life and death realm yet, they should not be underestimated either. Perhaps they are already half-step king warriors. Every generation, there would be a lot of martial geniuses who could not reach the life and death realm, since according to the rules of the past, there would only be 10 king warriors every 100 years. On average, there would be 1 every 10 years. No matter how powerful the others were in their generation, they would never be able to reach the life and death realm. As for half-step king realm, it was not easy to become one either. If one could not become a half-step king within 100 years, then under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to become one for the rest of one's life. Only if one could obtain a rare supreme grade treasure could one have the hope of improving one's constitution and continuing to progress. These 4 old monsters could only be half-step kings, but it was not certain. After all, their ages were all 100 or 200 years old, and some were even older. Who knew if they had become half-step kings before the age of 100? Just like those barbarians who were chasing after Yi Chen and Murong Qingqiang. They were only close to half-step king warrior level, but not yet. 7th by Wu Shiwei. 8th Lu Xiaoyu, 13th Xia Hozuin, 18th Xiaochuha, 25th Godly Shark Princess. Next, Yi Chen saw the ranking of the top 5 young warriors. The top 5 young warriors were all ranked very high. Among them, Bai Wuxiwe was ranked the highest. He was actually close to Xie Beiting, being ranked 7th. Lu Xiaoyu was ranked 8th, followed by Xia Hozuin, who was ranked 13th, and Xiao Chua, who was ranked 18th. As for the Godly Shark Princess, she was ranked the last among the 5, ranked 25th. It seemed like not fighting for a long time would affect her ranking as well. Bai Wuxiue's battle with Xia Hozuin had made him the leader of the top 5 young warriors. However, Yi Chen did not think that the ranking was that accurate. The ranking was only a reference. If one were to take it too seriously, one would suffer a huge loss sooner or later. If one was unlucky, one might even lose their head. For example, if one's rank was higher than the opponent's and thought that he could beat the opponent, then he would be beaten. Of course, in Yi Chen's opinion, among the top 5 young warriors, besides the Godly Shark Princess, the ranking of the other 4 would be quite accurate. Bai Wuxiue's power was indeed immeasurable. Although he had only barely won against Xia Hozuin, that star nuclear finger attack of Xia Hozuin's was very powerful. Bai Wuxiue had won under the situation where he was being suppressed. No matter his battling power or battling experience, they were both immeasurable. It would not be an exaggeration to rank him first, and the others would not have any doubts about it either. And the reason why the sword master was ranked before Xia Hozuin was because of his identity as a sword artist. Sword artists were very hard to counter. Xia Hozuin could use his star nuclear finger art to counter Bai Wuxiue, but he would not be able to counter Lu Xiaoyu, who was the sword master. After all, sword artists were usually good at attacking, and they rarely used it on defense. Therefore, once Lu Xiaoyu and Xia Hozuin battled, they would only be attacking each other, and the star nuclear finger art would not be able to lock onto the latter. But why was Lu Xiaoyu still ranked below Bai Wuxiue? The reason was simple. Bai Wuxiue was able to beat Lu Xiaoyu when he was being suppressed. Then, it would be even easier for him to fight against Lu Xiaoyu, who was good at attacking. After the battle at the 9-Dragon Lake, everyone knew about Bai Wuxiue's defensive power. As for Xiao Chuha, Yi Chen could not really comment on it either. This guy's movements were very simple, and each of his attacks were all ace attacks. Facing him, it would be very hard to decide the winner quickly. But it was also because of this that his style was more average than the other 4. He was more stable but not aggressive enough. As for the Godly Shark Princess, Yi Chen had never seen her before, so he would not try to guess. Besides the top 5 young warriors, the top 25 warriors were all above 60 years old, while the oldest was almost 250 years old. There would definitely be master-level warriors above the age of 250 who would be able to make it into the ranking. But after 250 years old, there would still be a few warriors who cared too much about fame and fortune. Their only wish was to reach the life and death realm while they were still alive. Otherwise, they would be dead for sure in a few decades. Plus, the first page of the ranking had also mentioned that people who were over 250 years old would not be able to make it into the ranking. The pavilion did not want to make this ranking, which would put these old warriors in a difficult situation, since it would not go with the purpose of making the ranking. Baghdad, the headmaster of the Bronze Tiger tribe, ranked 10th? Inadvertently, Yi Chen saw a familiar name. It was the Bronze Tiger tribe. According to the introduction, this Baghdad was the headmaster of the Bronze Tiger tribe. He was 180 years old, and his power was close to half-step king warrior level. Could it be that barbarian who was chasing after me and Morong? If it is him, then he would indeed be in the top 10. I did not expect the information of the pavilion to be this powerful. Even the master-level barbarian warriors are on there. If it were not for Morong forcefully pushing her demon power essence, it would be very hard for the two to leave. Plus, with the addition of Dream Eating Wolf, they would not have much confidence. One of the top 3 master level blade artists, Lin Chaonan, ranked 19th. The former master level blade artist, Shen Qianlang, ranked 28th. The leader of the floating snow palace, Snow Sword Master, ranked 39th. Soon, Yi Chen saw his own ranking, which was 48th. Besides the introduction of his personal achievements and battle records, there was also a special evaluation. The evaluation said, in the past 1,000 years, there have been 4 top martial geniuses. The first is Xianhou Yanqingxian, who has learned about life and death as a girl. Her mysterious martial art is unparalleled in the world. Then there is Duguju, Dantai Mingyue. The first 2 have been famous for a long time and are the top 2 martial geniuses in the Sky martial region. Only Yi Chen has risen up step by step from a small martial institution. His willpower, mentality, and determination are rare. Yi Chen smiled lightly. The pavilion had given him quite a high evaluation, but it was just an evaluation after all, and no one else would know about him. Right after that, Yi Chen noticed that there was another person from the Dragon God Celestial Palace who was also in the Master Level Warrior ranking. It was indeed the leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace, Zhang Jingguang. Of course, Yi Chen did not think that the other 4 palace leaders would not be qualified to be in the ranking, since the Dragon God Celestial Palace was located in the East Shallow Ocean area, which was already out of the continent's range. Since the Yellow Dragon Palace was located in the East region, it would naturally be counted in the continent as well. There are too many powerful warriors, and none of them are easy to deal with. Glancing at the 4 big words on the title page, World Master, Yi Chen closed the book. On the 10th day after returning to the South River region, Murong Jishui had finally made the antidote for the shadowless poison. After swallowing it, the shadowless poison in Su Ruhui's body disappeared immediately. Not only that, the seal that Xianhou had left in her body had also helped her a lot, saving her the trouble of taking care of her body. Su Ruhui was safe and sound, which made Murong Jishui and Murong Qingcheng extremely happy. Half a year of depression and fear had disappeared within a day. Murong Jishui purposely threw a huge banquet for 3 days and invited Yi Chen and Yi Chen's parents to come as well. With the parents of the 2 families together, they naturally had endless things to talk about. In the end, Murong Jishui and Yi Tianhao got drunk, which was a rare occasion. The peaceful days passed by quickly, and another 3 months had passed in a blink of an eye. There was only half a year left before the battle between Yi Chen and Duguju. During these 3 months, a lot of things had happened again, such as Chu Zhongtian finally reaching the Sea of Soul's realm. Chu Zhongtian had the evil spirit body, and once he reached the Sea of Soul's realm, he became terrifyingly powerful. He went to the Sky Martial region alone, beating a lot of young martial geniuses from the bottom to the top. In the end, he went to challenge Lin Tian, who had lost to Yi Chen before. After exchanging hundreds of attacks, he won. The battling power he had shown had scared a lot of martial geniuses in the Sky Martial region. A lot of people were discussing that Chu Zhongtian might be the next martial genius after the top 3 martial geniuses. However, different from the top 3, Chu Zhongtian's power was in his body. The evil spirit body was one of the rarest body types in history. What he trained was not Jin Yuan but evil Yuan. When he was at the astral reaching realm, the evil Yuan's power was already horrifying enough. As Chu Zhongtian reached the Sea of Soul's realm, his evil Yuan became even more powerful. In other words, every time he reached the next realm, Chu Zhongtian's advantage in terms of evil Yuan would increase. The others would need to use profound sense to increase their battling power, but Chu Zhongtian only needed to use his evil Yuan to cancel out the advantage. It was indeed a body type that people were jealous of. After beating Lin Tian, Chu Zhongtian did not arrogantly challenge the top 5 young warriors, since he knew that his cultivation was still too low. He was only at the early Sea of Soul's realm, and because of his evil yuan, normal pellets and spirit plants would not be able to help him reach the peak level from the early sea of Soul's realm. With Chu Zhongtian being so eye-catching, the martial institutions and families that he belonged to were naturally overjoyed. They started to search for special medicines all over the world, since they knew that whether or not their martial institutions and families would be able to reach the next level would depend on Chu Zhongtian. Compared to Chu Zhongtian, Jing Aoshuan and Li Xiaoyan, who used to be on par with Chu Zhongtian and were even slightly more powerful than him, seemed to be very dim. Of course, it was not their fault. Their comprehensive abilities were definitely top-notch, but compared to the people in the Sky Martial region, they would not be able to gain an advantage in any aspect, since they did not have Chu Zhongtian's evil spirit body. As long as they increased their cultivation, they would be able to increase their battling power drastically. In the southern regions, only Yi Chen's light was still shining brightly. Even Chu Zhongtian would have to stay under Yi Chen's light for a while, unless he had the power to beat Yi Chen. The southern regions had Yi Chen and Chu Zhongtian, and there was also an extremely bright martial genius in the north region called Bai Minghui. He had beaten a lot of young warriors with only his spear. Originally, it was not that big of a deal, since there were a lot of martial geniuses in the Sky Martial region. It would be normal if there were one more or one less. But what happened next shocked everyone. Bai Minghui and Lan Xieqing, as well as a group of young warriors around Lan Xieqing, had gotten into a conflict and started to fight. However, the result was out of everyone's expectation. He had chased after Lan Xieqing and the group of young warriors for millions of miles, and had even pushed them back to their own martial institutions. After that, everyone was shocked. The great era had arrived, and all the martial geniuses had risen up. There were 2 top martial geniuses in the middle, 2 top martial geniuses in the south, and a shocking martial genius in the north. Above them were the top 5 young warriors. Adding those famous young warriors, the whole true spirit continent was in a mess. It was like a muddy water, and no one could figure out what was going on. It seemed like it was not messy enough. At the beginning of March, Duguju challenged someone in the North Swallow River. His opponent was Luo Haisong, who was just as powerful as Lin Tian and Lan Xieqing. There were hundreds of thousands of people watching the battle. The two had only exchanged 10 attacks, and Duguju had won. Chapter 6, 27. Although Duguju had beaten Tai Shichong in the Nine-Dragon Lake, Tai Shichong's fame and power were still slightly weaker than Luo Haisong's. Plus, when he beat Tai Shichong, Duguju had suffered quite a bit of internal injury as well. However, it was different this time. Facing Luo Haisong, who was even more powerful than Tai Shichong, Duguju had only used 10 attacks to beat him completely without being wounded at all. Regarding this result, everyone could only use monster to describe Duguju. Only a monster would be able to increase his power by a couple of levels within half a year. In a mid-sized city in the Sky Martial region, inside the Wind restaurant, inside the massive VIP room, dozens of young men with extraordinary looks were drinking and chatting. Among them, the young man in silver robes was the most eye-catching. He had a silver crown on his head, and his body was tall and muscular. His face was like jade, and his eyes were like stars. His eyebrows were all the way up to his temples, making him look like a dragon flying into the sky. There was a hint of evil chi around him, but at the same time, it gave people a sense of power. On the long table right next to him, there was a bright silver long spear. A silver dragon was coiled around the body of the spear, its head sticking out of the spear. Brother Baiming, right now, everyone is talking about how Lan Xieqing and his friends were chased by you for 1,000,000 miles and had to run back to their own martial institutions. It seems like your name has spread out all over the Sky Martial region. Soon, it will spread out all over the true spirit continent. One of them said to the young man in silver robes. Another person continued, if Brother Baiming hadn't been hiding his strength and biding his time in the Black Warrior domain, how could those self-proclaimed extraordinary young geniuses have the chance to boast about themselves? Brother Baiming, this is called shocking the world with a single brilliant feat Yeah, I think in the whole continent, only Brother Biming has the chance to replace the top 5 young warriors. Everyone else would have to step aside. The young man in silver robes was indeed Biming Hui, who had gained a lot of fame recently. He was 28 years old this year, and was the young master of the Biming family in the Black Warrior region. He had been learning spear arts since he was young, and he had brought out a powerful spear attack, Skybank. During the battle with Lan Xieching, he had only used the starting movement of Skybank, and it had already made his opponent puke blood. His lips curled slightly as he said lightly, "The so-called top young warriors are only in name. They do not even make me want to try my best." Lan Xieching was only a clown in his eyes. In his eyes, Lan Xieching's age, Lan Xieching had been famous for long. In his eyes, Xieching, warrior Biming Qing, Yi Xieching was. Brother Biming, although Lan Xieching is not worth mentioning, that Du Gujuet is still very powerful. I heard that he had beaten Luo Haisong, who was just as famous as Lan Xieching, with only 10 attacks. When he threw out his 10th blade attack, the whole river was cut in half by him. Since there were people who flattered him, there were naturally people who warned him. Hearing the name Duguju, the smile on Biming Hui's face disappeared. Indeed, Duguju was not something that Lan Xieching could compare with. Uft. Brother Lan, you are just boosting the others' morale. Although Duguju is one of the top 2 martial geniuses in the Sky Martial region, he still needed 10 attacks to beat Luo Haisong, so he should not be that powerful. Brother Biming beat Lan Xieching in 7 attacks. The first person retorted, "You cannot say it like that. Half a year ago, in the 9-Dragon Lake, Luo Haisong had used an attack that would kill 1,000 of his enemies and 800 of his own to beat Taishicheng. Right now, his power has increased drastically, and he can take care of Luo Haisong within 10 attacks without risking his life. If he uses that attack, the result would be very obvious." As soon as he said those words, the people who wanted to refute him could no longer do so. What had happened in the 9-Dragon Mountain had already been spread to every corner of the true spirit continent by the tens of thousands of spectators. Duguju's blade attack in such a desperate situation was indeed frightening. Biming Hui said, "Duguju is indeed not to be underestimated. If there is a chance, I will battle with him and see what kind of monster he is." The North region was basically ruled by the barbarian race. Although the Biming family was a rank 5 family with a life and death realm warrior guarding it, compared to the barbarian race, it was not even worth mentioning. Fortunately, although the barbarian race did not like the human race, it was not to the point where they had to kill each other. If they really dared to do that, it would not be the human race that would be killed, but the barbarian race itself. Living in an environment like this in the North region, Biming Hui had felt the power of the barbarian race since he was young. Therefore, he had never stopped trying to make himself stronger. For him, no matter who it was, he would surpass them. Hearing him, everyone was a bit confused. After being together for a long time, they had gradually realized that although Biming Hui looked very calm and did not care about anything, he was actually very strong inside. If he had the confidence, he would definitely challenge Duguju. After all, although Duguju had a horrifying blade attack that could kill 1,000 enemies and oneself, Biming Hui also had a powerful spear attack like Skybank. As for being completely safe, it was not quite possible, since Biming Hui was a martial genius. But Duguju was still the top martial genius of the Sky Martial region. If he improved, so would the other. How could there be a perfect chance? Biming Hui seemed to know what everyone was thinking, so he laughed and said, "Before the battle with Duguju, I will have to beat Yi Qin first." What? His words had shocked everyone, and they all looked at Biming Hui confusedly. "Brother Biming, do not be reckless. Half a year ago, even Duguju did not dare to fight with Yi Qin, and they had set a 1-year deadline. If you ask me, you should challenge Duguju first, and then Yi Qin." No one dared to underestimate Yi Qin, Not even those people who were trying to flatter Bai Minghui before. Among all the martial geniuses in the continent, besides the top 5 young warriors, only Yi Qin was in the master-level warrior ranking. This kind of fame and power was like a huge mountain pressing on the hearts of all the young warriors. Yeah, Yi Qin is even more difficult to deal with than Dugaju. It is still too early now. No one could understand why Bai Minghui would challenge Yi Qin first. Logically speaking, Bai Minghui should have known how powerful Yi Qin was. Bai Minghui said lightly, "I naturally have my reasons for challenging Yi Qin first." Pausing for a second, Bai Minghui continued, "Let me ask you guys, Dugaju has a killing attack that would kill 1,000 enemies and 800 allies. What does Yi Qin have?" Everyone seemed to understand what Bai Minghui was trying to say. Bai Minghui continued to say, "Indeed, Yi Qin was even more brilliant than Dugaju half a year ago. But now Dugaju is catching up. Even if his overall power is not as powerful as Yi Qin, as long as he uses that powerful blade attack, he would still have the confidence to beat Yi Qin. Plus, Yi Qin might not have made much progress during this half a year. Perhaps his overall power is only at the same level as Dugaju. Once Dugaju uses his ace attack, Yi Qin will lose for sure, and my Sky Bank will beat Yi Qin as well." Bai Minghui was very clear that with his current power, battling with Dugaju would only have a 50% chance of winning. Therefore, he did not think that there was a need to challenge Dugaju right now. It would be great if he won, but if he lost, it would only make him a stepping stone for his opponent, which would make his opponent even more powerful. On the other hand, Yi Qin had been quiet for half a year, so no one knew exactly how powerful he was. But Bai Minghui did not think that his improvement would be that crazy, and he would have a higher chance of winning than Dugaju. But Yi Qin is ranked 48th after all. Someone said. Bai Minghui smiled lightly. Remember, this is the ranking from half a year ago. Right now, the ranking will only be revealed in the second ranking. After Chu Zhongtian stayed in the Sky Martial region for a while, he returned to the southern regions. For some reason, he suddenly had the idea of going to the South Rudra region to check it out. Among the top 4 warriors in the southern regions, he was the last one to reach the Sea of Souls realm. Yi Qin was the first, and Jing Aoshuan and Li Xiaoyan were the second. Of course, right now, he had already surpassed Jing Aoshuan and Li Xiaoyan, and was only second to Yi Qin. Therefore, he wanted to see exactly what level Yi Qin was at, and how big the gap between them was. But he had not decided if he should meet with Yi Qin or not, and if he should challenge him. But if he did not challenge him, how would he know the gap between them? Whatever, I will go check it out first. Pushing his evil yuan, Chu Zhongtian's speed increased to its limit. Like a dark red shooting star, he sliced through the sky and disappeared within a second. Flying above the Star Regional Lake, Chu Zhongtian frowned slightly as he turned his head to look. In the northwest direction, beams of light were flying toward the South Rudra region. The leader was a young man in silver robes, carrying a bright silver long spear on his back. There was a silver dragon coiling around the body of the spear, with the tip of the spear sticking out. The group of people behind him were all not ordinary warriors. At least, Chu Zhongtian could tell that some of them had qi that was even more powerful than Jing Aoshuan and Li Xiaoyan. Young man in silver robes, silver dragon long spear. Could it be Bai Minghui? What are they going to do in the South Rudra region? Chu Zhongtian did not expect that these people were going for Yi Qin. Never mind, they can do whatever they want. I will do what I want. Chu Zhongtian did not think that he would be going the same way as them. Flying past the Star Regional Lake, Chu Zhongtian flew directly toward the mountains where the Morong family was. The Morong family was quite close to him after all. If Yi Qin was there, then it would save him some time. But if he was not there, then going to the Yi family in the Windy Nation would not be too much of a detour. However, what surprised Chu Zhongtian was that Bai Minghui and the group were also heading toward the Morong family, and they had already noticed him. They're not going for Yi Qin, are they? Chu Zhongtian could not believe it at all. He did not think that Bai Minghui was going there as a guest, and he had never heard that Yi Chen and Bai Minghui were friends. So, excluding this possibility, the conclusion was obvious. Bai Minghui was going for a challenge, or at least a sparring session. A smile appeared on Chu Zhongtian's face. He was still thinking about how to find out Yi Chen's real power, but he did not expect that he would not even need to do anything. Judging from the current situation, Chu Zhongtian knew that he was not an opponent for Bai Minghui and De Gaju. But he was not in a hurry, since he had just reached the Sea of Soul's realm, and it was the time for him to make rapid progress. Therefore, he only needed to know the gap between them. Bai Minghui challenging Yi Chen would definitely show him the gap. It seems like I have made the right decision this time. Chu Zhongtian followed right behind Bai Minghui and the group, maintaining a distance of dozens of miles. The people behind Bai Minghui noticed Chu Zhongtian, so they said, "Brother Bai Ming, this person is following us. Should we get rid of him?" Bai Minghui said, "There is no need for more trouble. I am going to challenge Yi Chen, and I am not interested in him at all. If he wants to come, then come. It would be nice to have another audience." This time he was going to challenge Yi Chen secretly, and only these people knew about it. So, it would not be a bad thing to have Chu Zhongtian an outsider. Chapter 6:28. 100 miles behind the Murong clan, there was a beautiful mountain peak. The mountain peak was lush with plants. It was much more verdant and full of vitality than the surrounding mountains. Although the mountain peak was not very big, it still had a radius of 7 or 8 miles. Inside the mountain peak, there was a small valley. The walls of the valley were covered with vines, and red flowers were growing beautifully. Inside the valley, there was a large meadow. The meadow was dotted with countless yellow dots, which were flower buds that were about to bloom. In the middle of the meadow, a young man in blue was sitting cross-legged, breathing the yuan qi in the valley. 2 months ago, the amaranth in nature reached 120%. 1 month ago, the fast profound was integrated into the amaranth in nature. 1 week ago, a new sword movement was born. However, in this week, I only breathed in the yuan qi and felt the movement of the heaven and earth, as well as the vitality of the plants. I didn't practice the sword movement. I wonder if I have made any progress in this sword movement. The fast profound was too difficult to understand. It was not a property, nor was it a tangible thing. It was completely virtual. Therefore, Yi Chen could only understand it by observing the movement of the heaven and earth. For example, when the wind blew, it was the movement of the air. For example, when a bird flew across the sky, it was as fast as an arrow. For example, when plants grew at a slow speed, it was all in a state of motion. Since it was moving, it must be related to the speed. Of course, compared to the slow profound, the fast profound was much easier to understand. As for integrating the fast profound into the amaranthine nature, it was an idea that came to him several months ago. Yi Chen could feel that the simple fast profound was not that useful. No matter how fast one's sword was, it would be useless if it could not break through the defense. However, if he integrated the fast profound into the amaranthine nature, it would be different. The power of the amaranthine nature was extraordinary, and its speed was also extremely fast. If he integrated the fast profound into the amaranthine nature, it would be even faster and more powerful. It was lucky that Yi Chen's soul was so strong that ordinary people couldn't compare to him. Fast power Upanishad, which was something intangible, was easy for him to grasp. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to fuse the fast power Upanishad with the amaranthine vitality. In the past, I thought that the profound of wood and the profound of speed had nothing to do with each other. Now, it seems that they are related. The profound of wood is the profound of the growth of plants. When plants grow, they naturally have different speeds. It's impossible for them to grow all at once. Not far in front of the Murong clan, streams of flowing light flew over. The person in the lead was dressed in silver clothes and carried a silver dragon spear on his back. Feeling that oppressive aura, the Morong family boiled up. It was almost all of a sudden that dozens of Sea of Souls realm warriors shot into the sky. Who are you? It was Morong Wu, an elder of the Morong family who was also one of Morong Chingching's uncles. Someone right next to Bai Minghui yelled, "Is Yi Qin here?" Morong Wu frowned. "Why are you looking for him?" "He is training right now." Yi Qin would only come to the Morong family once in a while, and this time he was coincidentally here. "Oh, since he is here, then send a message to him. Tell him to come out and fight." Fight? Who is he going to fight? Morong Wu was not surprised at all. Once one became famous, there would naturally be a lot of people coming to challenge him. Subconsciously, his eyes locked onto the young man in silver. "Me," the young man said lightly. "Who are you?" "Bai Minghui." Right then, a lot of people from the Morong family had come out, including the leader of the Morong family, Morong Jishui, Suru Hui, and Morong Qingqing. Hearing him, a loud discussion was heard. "What, Bai Minghui? He is indeed Bai Minghui. Silver robe, silver crown, silver dragon spear. It is indeed Bai Minghui's outfit. I cannot believe that he would come here to challenge Warrior Yi. He is overestimating himself. Warrior Yi has been famous for a long time, and even Dugaju would not dare to challenge him in advance. He has only become famous recently, and he had only beaten Lan Xieqing, who had lost to Warrior Yi before. What is there to be proud of? Challenging him just like that? Does he think Warrior Yi is their sparring partner?" The name Bai Minghui had indeed shocked everyone from the Morong family a bit, since he was able to chase Lan Xieqing all the way back to his martial school. It was not something that normal people could do, but it would depend on who it was. If he were to challenge Dugaju, no one would say anything about it. But challenging Yi Qin would be an act of arrogance. On a cliff a couple of miles away, Chu Zhongtian looked over and mumbled to himself. "It seems like Yi Qin is indeed here. I wonder if he will accept the challenge." "I think he will. This Bai Minghui is so aggressive, so he will not just leave like this." "What? Is Yi Qin afraid to come out and accept the challenge?" The man on the left of Bai Minghui mocked. Hearing him, Morong Jishui walked out and studied Bai Minghui and the people behind him before saying, "I am the leader of the Morong family, Morong Jishui. Warrior Bai Ming, since you want to challenge Yi Qin, then let's set a time. Yi Qin is training right now, so he does not have the time to accept the challenge. Plus, I do not know if he will accept the challenge or not." Bai Minghui sneered, "His time is precious, but is mine not? Why don't you ask him to come out? I will see if he will accept the challenge or not." Morong Jishui's face slightly darkened as he said, "Warrior Bai Ming, if my information is not wrong, you should have only become famous in the past couple of months, right? That Lan Xieqing that you beat had also lost to Yi Qin before. If you think that beating Lan Xieqing would give you the chance to fight against Yi Qin, then you'll be very disappointed." Bai Minghui squinted his eyes. "You mean that my power is not enough to challenge Yi Qin?" "Since Warrior Bai Ming has made it clear, then I will be honest as well. Yi Qin will not be afraid of challenges, but it must be worthwhile. A battle without any value would not interest him at all. If you interrupt his training right now, it would not be worth it for him. Yi Qin was his future son-in-law, so Morong Jishui would naturally speak for him. He did not want any random person to challenge him, since it would only exhaust him to death." He. Bai Minghui chuckled as if he was talking to himself. "It seems like if I do not reveal some of my power, I will not be able to see Yi Qin today. Oh well, before I challenge someone, I should indeed tell them what kind of power I have. If you can take one spear attack of mine, then I will leave right away without saying anything. But if you cannot, then you should go ask Yi Qin to come out." Bai Minghui took out the long spear on his back and held it up high. "One attack." Morong Jishui's eyebrows flicked. Although he was not a top master level warrior, it was still impossible for him to not be able to handle one attack. But just in case Morong Jishui turned both of his arms into demons, and that powerful demonic Shen Yuan shot out into the sky. Heaven's Edge. Bai Ming Hui slowly spat out the 2 words as he held the long spear with his right hand, stabbing out a seemingly slow but actually fast spear attack. Father, watch out! Murong Qingqing's eyebrows twitched as the black bat wings on her back expanded at an unimaginable speed. Her body flashed once, and she was about to charge out. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Boom! Murong Jishui was blown backward with a shocked expression on his face. A circular qi wave appeared on his chest, and in the center of that qi wave, there was a tiny blood spot. Shoo! The winged Murong Qingqing appeared right in front of Murong Jishui. It was so fast that it looked like she was teleporting, leaving behind a very vivid shadow behind her. Such a fast speed. Bai Ming Hui was a bit surprised. This Heaven's Edge of his was the starting movement of his sky bank attack. With one spear attack, the sky would be just inches away from him. Obviously, although Murong Qingqing's speed was slower than his spear, it was not that much slower. Of course, it was also because he had not used all of his power yet. Interesting. Bai Ming Hui was starting to get interested in Murong Qingqing. I am fine. Murong Jishui was afraid that Su Ruhue and Murong Qingqing would worry too much, so he hurried to say. He was shocked deep down, thinking such a fast spear speed. I have already prepared for it, but I still cannot see the spear's trajectory. In other words, if he wants to kill me, he would only need one spear attack. One spear attack to kill me. A bitter expression appeared on Murong Jishui's face. Jishui. Su Ruhue ran over and helped Murong Jishui up. Patting Su Ruhue's hand, Murong Jishui lifted up his head and took a deep breath before saying, All right, I will send someone to invite Yi Chen over right now. But it is not up to me whether he will accept the challenge or not. Father, I will go. Seeing that her father was fine, Murong Qingqing opened her black bat wings and flew toward where Yi Chen was training. Soon, she turned into a black dot in the distance. Bai Ming Hui watched Murong Qingqing's back as a strange light flashed through his eyes. How could this Bai Ming Hui be so powerful? I could not even tell how he threw out that spear attack. It seemed like one stab and our leader was blown away. Yeah, no wonder he dares to challenge our future son-in-law warrior. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling that something was not right. On top of the cliff, Chu Zhongtian frowned. That spear was too fast, and I would not be able to dodge it. I wonder how powerful it would be. His evil spirit body had a very powerful defense, and even the barbarians who were famous for their defense would be child's play compared to him. Therefore, even though the spear was fast, it did not pose much of a threat to him. A couple of months ago, when he battled with Lin Tian, even Lin Tian, who was a body training warrior, was shocked half to death by him. He thought that he had run into a powerful body training warrior. On the meadow in the valley, Yi Chen let out a breath which touched the grass. The color of the grass looked even brighter, and it seemed to have grown a little bit. Slowly standing up, Yi Chen held a normal long sword in his right hand and waved it slightly. The sword wind was like a gentle breeze, but one could not see its trajectory or shape at all. It was as if one could only feel a gentle breeze on one's face without knowing where it was coming from or how fast it was. It was like an illusion. A horrifying scene happened. Wherever the sword wind went, the grass on the meadow started to grow at a miraculous speed. Within a blink of an eye, it was already knee-high. Those flower buds that had not bloomed, yet also started to open. There were 4 yellow petals, and each of them had grown to their limit. With one sword attack, the plants grew and the flowers bloomed. Ordinary Profound wouldn't be able to do this. Or, in other words, with Yi Chen's current Profound, he wouldn't be able to do it. The reason why he was able to do this was because his Profound had fused with the Fast Profound, which had the effect of accelerating the growth of plants. Not to mention anything else. Just the profoundness of this sword attack alone would not be weaker than the completed gold pattern. But of course, Yi Chen had not revealed the power of the gold pattern yet. Chapter 6:29. This sword attack should not be called amaranth in nature anymore. Let's call it the spiritual sword attack. The spiritual sword attack was not very appropriate, but did not matter. A name was a name after all, and it did not really matter what it was called. Putting away his sword, Yi Chen lifted his head and looked in the direction of the Morong family. In the sky, a black dot flew over at a fast speed. Soon it became bigger, revealing a beautiful body and a huge black bat wing on her back. "Morong, what's up?" As Yi Chen was talking, Morong Ching had already appeared in the valley. Her black bat wings were flapping slowly, causing the plants to stick to the ground. "You should know about Bai Minghui. He is right outside the family right now, saying that he wants to challenge you." Morong Ching said, "Bai Minghui?" Yi Chen nodded. He had heard about this person before. Judging from how he had beaten Lan Xieching with only 7 attacks, this person was very powerful, even more powerful than him half a year ago. Plus, since he could beat Lan Xieching with only 7 attacks, he must have some hidden ace attacks. "All right, I will go right now." Yi Chen did not care too much about it. Morong Ching wanted to say something, but then she said, "You should be careful. He is very powerful. He had beaten my father with only 1 spear attack, and my father could not react at all." Extreme spear speed, eh? Yi Chen had an idea of what it was. Before she left, Morong Ching accidentally glanced at the grass in the valley. What made her curious was that there was a patch of grass that was extremely lush. The plants were all knee-high, full of life. All of the flowers had bloomed, which did not fit in with the rest of the grass. Soon, Yi Chen and Morong Ching arrived at the Morong family. "Warrior Yi is here. I am so nervous. I wonder how Warrior Yi is going to take on Bai Minghui. He is not that easy to deal with. That spear speed is so horrifying." Yeah, he must have come prepared. Everyone was talking among themselves, and their gazes were all focused on Yi Chen, who was dressed in blue. "You're Yi Chen." Bai Minghui looked a bit serious, although he had chosen to challenge Yi Chen first, because he thought that Yi Chen would be a bit easier to take on than Dugaju. It was just a thought, and he could not be sure. So, it was necessary to be cautious. Yi Chen said, "That's right." "Great. I, Bai Minghui, will challenge you right here. I wonder if you dare to accept my challenge." Bai Minghui landed on the ground, holding his long spear in his hand. "Since you could beat Lan Xieching with 7 movements, you should be quite powerful. I accept your challenge. His strength should be pretty good?" Bai Minghui looked a bit angry. He felt that Yi Chen was way too arrogant. Did he really think that he could beat him so easily? "Enough nonsense, let's fight." The long spear was pointed at the ground as Bai Minghui's battle intent boiled. That aggressive Zhenyuan was amplified by his spear intent, extending out countless spear shadows. It seemed like his entire body could shoot out spears, and there were no flaws at all. That sharp aura spread out in all directions. Such a strong spear intent. Everyone could not help but gasp. No wonder he could beat Lan Xieching with only 7 movements. Just this spear intent alone has the power of a peak-level rank 4 warrior, which is only 1 step away from rank 5. Plus, it is even more powerful than normal warriors when it comes to using it. Yi Chen did not say anything as he placed his right hand on his gold sword. "Kill!" Bai Minghui roared as the muscles on his right arm expanded, exposing his blue veins. He threw out a spear attack toward Yi Chen. That sharp spear light was like a silver flood dragon, tearing apart the air and bringing up an ear-piercing metal exploding sound, as if a flood dragon was roaring. "Chin!" Yi Chen's eyes turned sharp all of a sudden as he took out his gold sword. That gold sword light twisted into an arc, landing heavily on that silver spear light. Boom! The silver dragon spear clashed with the golden sword, and a substantial shockwave spread out. A thick layer of soil was blown up under the feet of the two, and a dark mass of soil flew in all directions. It was a frightening scene. Ting! Dang! Bright sparks spilled everywhere as the two's speed was extremely fast. Within a blink of an eye, they had already switched to 6 or 7 different places, which made people feel a sense of helplessness. Silver Dragon 7 attack. That long spear in Biming Hui's hand seemed to have come to life. The body of the spear was wrapped in that burning Zhen Yuan, making a loud noise as it attacked toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen's expression did not change at all as he blocked out that long spear with his sword. The Silver Dragon's 7 attacks had 7 variations in total, and hacking was only one of them. Then it was a soft, whipping attack, which was like a flood dragon waving its tail, slicing through the sky. After the whipping attack, it was followed by random stabs of the long spear. Countless spear flowers filled the air, locking down Yi Chen's entire body. Right after that, Biming Hui's spear aura changed, attacking toward Yi Chen's lower body before flicking upward. It was an extremely powerful attack, as if it could blow away a mountain. Then it was followed by a vicious stab, which seemed to be unstoppable. There were 5 attacks in a row, each of which was extremely dangerous. However, Yi Chen blocked them all out easily without using too much of his power. Seeing that Biming Hui's 6th attack was about to arrive, Yi Chen groaned as he performed his sword steps, jumping right in front of the spearlight. His gold sword slashed down vertically, and that crescent moon-like sword light filled up Biming Hui's sight almost within a second. Not good. Biming Hui did not have time to perform his 6th attack as he held his spear horizontally, blocking out Yi Chen's attack. Chin! That sword attack was extremely powerful, and the long spear in Biming Hui's hand had been twisted into a bow. His arm went numb, and although Biming Hui had blocked out that attack, he had been blown away by that sword power as well, shooting backward explosively. So powerful! Chu Zhongtian, who was watching from afar, squinted his eyes. Yi Chen was way more powerful than he had imagined. It would be fine if he did not fight back, but once he did, Biming Hui might not be able to handle it. As for those young warriors who had followed Biming Hui here, they all looked very serious. They did not think that Biming Hui would be able to win anymore. No matter how good he had thought before, it would all be just a dream. Once they met and exchanged blows, they would realize the gap between them. Obviously, Yi Chen was not someone that could be beaten so easily. Right now, I cannot perform my sky bank. I will have to wait until my opponent's mentality drops a bit. Otherwise, even I do not know if I can beat him or not. If it were someone else, Biming Hui would have performed his sky bank without hesitation and finished the battle with 1 spear attack. But right now, his opponent was Yi Chen, who was even more powerful than he had imagined. Of course, Biming Hui still had the confidence to beat him. Dragon Transformation Spear Spell. Besides his self-created Sky Bank attack, Biming Hui still had another extremely powerful spear attack. Technically speaking, the power of the Dragon Transformation Spear Spell was even more powerful than the Sky Bank attack. However, the latter focused more on speed and accuracy, so it was naturally not as powerful. Awoo! A dragon roar was heard. If Biming Hui's spear art before was like a flood dragon, then the spear art right now was like a real dragon. There was a huge difference between a flood dragon and a real dragon. The latter was more powerful and aggressive, which was the evolved version of the flood dragon. This spear attack was Biming Hui's peak battling power. Lose! Stopping his backing out, Biming Hui rushed out toward Yi Chen. That long spear of his formed a massive silver dragon, which roared as it attacked toward Yi Chen while shaking its head and tail. Gold pattern! Yi Chen waved out the gold sword in his hand, freezing the massive silver dragon in place. Then waves of gold patterns spread out along with the sword aura, shattering the silver dragon without a doubt and attacking toward Biming Hui, who was not far away. What? You can't block it out. Biming Hui was shocked. He did not expect that Yi Chen would have this kind of ace sword attack. Under that sword attack, he did not even know how to block it out, and it would be pointless no matter how hard he tried. It was an attack with no answer, and he could only defend passively to minimize the damage. Dragon Transformation Spear Spell. Dragon Power. Bai Ming Hui lowered his center of gravity as his long spear drew a circle around his body. A massive silver dragon coiled around his body, protecting him within as he welcomed the incoming gold pattern attack. Boom! 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 The golden ripples looked magnificent, like ripples in a golden lake. They didn't contain any killing intent, but when the golden ripples struck the silver dragon, its destructive power was immediately revealed. The silver dragon only managed to block it for a blink of an eye before it was shattered and turned into nothingness. Pooh! Puking out a mouthful of blood, Bai Ming Hui was blown backward with his long spear in hand. His face was extremely pale. So powerful, Brother Bai Ming did not even have the power to fight back. The young warriors who came with Bai Ming Hui were all shocked. They had already thought that Yi Chen was powerful enough, and they thought that it was a mistake for Bai Ming Hui to challenge Yi Chen. Although Bai Ming Hui had convinced them later on, they still thought that it was too risky. It seems like Warrior Yi is indeed powerful. Even this Bai Ming Hui could not block out his sword art. Warrior Yi is so powerful. I am afraid he even has the power to compete with the top 5 young warriors, although the chance of him winning is not that high. People from the Morong family looked excited. The more powerful Yi Chen was, the more face they would have. After all, when Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing got married, Yi Chen would be the son-in-law of the Morong family, which would be like a family member. Therefore, it was only natural that they would be happy. This Yi Chen is getting more and more powerful day by day. Murong Jishue smiled as he glanced at his daughter, who was standing right next to him. Su Ruhue laughed and said, "Indeed." Su Ruhue was a mother-in-law, and the more she looked at her son-in-law, the more she liked him. Plus, her life was saved by Yi Chen after all. On top of the cliff, Chu Zhongtian shook his head and sighed. The gap is too big. Luckily, I did not challenge him. Otherwise, it would have been a joke. That sword attack of Yi Chen's had the power to wound him badly. Without continuing to chase, Yi Chen looked at Bai Ming Hui, who had a pale face, and said lightly, "What? Is this all you have? You should just use your most powerful spear attack. Otherwise, I will not show you any mercy." Mercy? Warrior Yi did not use his full power? Everyone could tell what Yi Chen was trying to say, so they were all shocked. Of course, Yi Chen had shown mercy. Otherwise, with the power of his gold pattern, it would not be as simple as just wounding him. Even if he did not die, he would be crippled. He chose to hold back because he did not want to kill his opponent and start a feud with the Bai Ming family. Besides, he also wanted to see the power of Bai Ming Hui's most powerful spear attack. Wiping away the blood on the corner of his mouth, Bai Ming Hui stared at Yi Chen without blinking. "I admit that I was a bit hasty to challenge you this time, but it does not matter. I will still be the winner in the end. The next attack will be my self-made Sky Bank. No one in the young generation has been able to take it on. Sky Bank, a good name indeed, but it does not mean that it is unbeatable. It is just that you have not run into a powerful one yet." Pausing for a second, Yi Chen continued, "Perfect. I also have a spiritual sword attack. Let's see which one is faster, your Sky Bank or mine." A good attack could only be used in a real battle. Using Bai Ming Hui's Sky Bank to test his spiritual sword attack would be the best choice. Chapter 630. Sky Bank. Spiritual sword attack. They are going to use their killing attacks. Everyone held their breaths without blinking. Killing attacks were not always about the more powerful they were, but the more effective they were. For example, no matter how powerful the attack was, if it could not land on its target, then it would be useless. It would not count as a killing attack, but Yi Chen's gold pattern attack was definitely a killing attack. Judging on its power, it was even more powerful than the spiritual sword attack. However, he did not want to use it to beat his opponent, since he wanted to know which would be faster, the spiritual sword attack or the sky bank attack. All right, try my sky bank attack. Bai Ming Hui squeezed his eyes as he held his spear with his right hand. His toes touched the ground as he shot out toward Yi Qin. Yi Qin looked calm as he took out his gold sword a bit from its scabbard. He then extended his body, attacking toward his opponent like a shadow. His chi was like a sword as he flew on it. Shoo! Both of their auras were extremely sharp. One of them pressed forward with an indomitable will, while the other had strands of sword chi, crisscrossing unstoppably. When the two of them approached each other at an extreme speed, even the raging wind was sliced into pieces, and the place was as still as water. Anyone with a lower cultivation base would feel that time had slowed down. While flying, the silver dragon long spear in Bai Ming Hui's hand pulled back, and something weird happened. At the end of the long spear, a space pattern spread out, forming a curved shape. It was like a huge bow formed from space, and the long spear was the sharp arrow on top of it. Sky bank so close. Bai Ming Hui groaned as he stabbed out a spear attack, leaving no trace behind. Spiritual sword attack. Taking out his gold sword, Yi Chen's right hand looked like it was pushing away the clouds. He threw out a sword attack that seemed slow but was actually fast. The sword wind was shapeless and traceless, looking extremely gentle. So fast, I can't even see its trajectory. Everyone watching the battle was screaming inside their heads. Shoo! The two passed by each other. Yi Chen stood on a small mountain with his back facing Bai Ming Hui. Bai Ming Hui stood on a huge tree with his back facing Yi Chen as well. Who won? Chu Zhongtian frowned as he stared at Yi Chen and Bai Ming Hui. He wanted to see something, but he could not find anything. Murong Qingqing frowned. Murong Jishue and his wife were holding hands. They could feel the cold sweat on each other's palms. Who? A gust of wind blew past, and the deathly stillness was swept away. What a powerful sword move. It actually made me feel the danger of death. Unfortunately, it didn't hit me. A joyful expression flashed through Bai Ming Hui's face. The second they exchanged attacks, he was terrified. Yi Chen's sword was like a gentle breeze, turning his killing intent into a gentle breeze. He did not know where it would land at all, and being able to dodge that sword attack was something he did not even know himself. Oh no, Yi Chen's sword didn't hit him. Murong Jishue was taken aback. Su Ruhue tightly held Murong Jishue's palm. Don't worry, even if Yi Chen's sword didn't hit him, his spear might not hit Yi Chen. Putting the long sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen turned around. Oh, yeah? You think it didn't hit you? Shoo! Bai Ming Hui was about to turn around and say something when he felt a chill in between his eyebrows. There was some liquid dripping down. He reached out his hand to touch it and saw that it was blood red. How is this possible? Bai Ming Hui's eyes were wide open, his face full of disbelief and confusion. If he had been hit by that sword, it would be impossible for him not to feel it. After all, he was not a normal person, and his reflexes were way beyond warriors at the same level. But the thing that he could not accept the most was that the sword had hit right between his eyebrows, which was where the soul ocean was located. But he could not feel it at all. If Yi Chen had wanted to kill him, then that sword would have gone through his eyebrows. The gap is just too huge. Although that sword might not be able to break through my defense, if it were my eyes, it would have definitely blinded me. Chu Zhongtian gasped. He was not afraid of fast attacks, but powerful ones. Only powerful attacks would be able to break through his defense. But Yi Chen had broken that rule. Even if it could not break through his defense, it would still be able to pierce through his eyes or throat without him realizing it. It seems like I will not be able to return this wound to him in a short period of time. Yi Chen had left a cross-sword mark on Chu Zhongtian's chest, and because of his evil spirit body, it would not disappear. Although Chu Zhongtian did not hate Yi Chen that much, and he did not want to kill him as a martial genius, He would not give up just like that. Even if there was no hope in his life, he would not give up. Brother Bai Ming has lost. Indeed, Yi Qin is even more horrifying than Dugaju. The young warrior who came with Bai Ming, Hui shook his head. Ah, being ranked 48 on the master-level warrior ranking, how could he be simple? Brother Bai Ming has lost a lot this time. Huh. Murong Qingqing let out a breath. She suddenly thought of that lush grassland in the valley. Could it be Yi Chen's work? Formless and invisible. One sword attack without a trace. Bai Ming Hui turned around and said without any expression on his face, I did not expect my sky bank to be defeated one day. All right, after battling with you this time, I have discovered the biggest weakness of my sky bank. I hope that before I challenge you next time, I will be able to defeat it. I hope that before I challenge you next time, you will not lose to anyone else. Bai Ming Hui was very stubborn. Although losing to Yi Chen was humiliating, he believed that as long as he worked hard, he would be able to beat the latter and return the humiliation. This defeat was only a small setback in his life. Plus, he still had to thank Yi Chen. It was because of Yi Chen's spiritual sword that he had found the hidden weakness of his sky bank. As long as he could get rid of it, he would not be the one who would lose next time. It is good to have confidence, but I do not have time all the time. If you want to challenge me, you will have to see if you have what it takes. The wind blew on his clothes as Yi Chen said lightly, You do not need to worry about me. I, Bai Ming Hui, have always been powerful. I am afraid that one day when I challenge you, you will no longer be able to interest me. Let's go. After saying that, Bai Ming Hui carried his long spear on his back and flew out the way he had come. The other young warriors froze for a second before following him. So arrogant, still so arrogant after losing. If it were not for warrior Yi holding back, that sword attack would have killed him. People from the Morong family were not happy about it. Yi Chen chuckled, not really caring about it. There were way too many martial geniuses who had lost to him, and he could not even remember some of them. After the battle between Bai Ming Hui and Yi Chen had ended, Chu Zhongtian turned around and was about to leave. Chu Zhongtian, since you are already here, why not catch up? Yi Chen still thought highly of Chu Zhongtian, since this was an opponent with a lot of potential. Chu Zhongtian shook his head and said, No, I will challenge you the next time we meet. Let's catch up then. As he spoke, Chu Zhongtian pushed his evil yuan and turned into a beam of dark red light, disappearing into the horizon within a blink of an eye. Flying down from the peak, Yi Chen landed on the plaza of the Morong family. Yi Chen, are you all right? Murong Qingcheng walked over. The second when Yi Chen and Bai Ming Hui exchanged attacks, she had opened her demon eyes. However, she could only vaguely see a blurry spear shadow. It was not hard to tell how fast Bai Ming Hui's spear was, which was almost beyond her demon eye's ability. Yi Chen grabbed Murong Qingqing's hand. That spear attack is indeed fast, but just like he said, it has a huge weakness. Sky Bank was the fastest spear attack he had ever seen, but because of its extreme speed, it was moving in a straight line. If it were a straight line, then it would be possible to predict it beforehand. It was exactly because Yi Chen had predicted the attack point that he was able to dodge the attack instantly. Otherwise, he would have to use his spiritual sword to block out the attack, and he would not be able to leave a shallow sword mark on his opponent's forehead. Weakness? Murong Qingqing thought about it. She also thought that Bai Ming Hui's sky bank attack was too simple, but it was only for Yi Chen. If it were someone else, they would not be able to react at all. Therefore, this attack might be a weakness for Yi Chen, but it might not be a weakness for others. Haha, good brat. I did not expect you to reach the next level. Murong Jishui was feeling great. Su Ruhui frowned and said, I have never seen such an arrogant young man before. He does not know how to hold back at all. Bai Ming Hui's last sentence made Su Ruhui a little unhappy. Yi Chen laughed. Auntie, don't worry. If I can beat him once, I can beat him again. One day he will be desperate." As he said that, Yi Chen was talking with a smile, but it gave people an unquestionable feeling, as if what he said was the truth. "You brat, you are quite arrogant as well." Hearing him, Su Ruhui laughed. With such a powerful future son-in-law, she could trust him to take care of her daughter. He has always been arrogant. It was rare for Morong Qingqing to crack a joke. She knew Yi Chen very well, and she knew that he was a man who looked calm on the surface, but was actually a volcano on the inside. It was just that he rarely showed it, or maybe he did not care to show it. "Hee, you do know me well." Yi Chen suddenly thought of Su Jing, who knew him very well as well. Indeed, he was not arrogant, but he had his pride. People with pride would never think that they cannot do it. "All right, everyone, you can all leave now. Go to your own things." Murong Jishue waved his hand to signal everyone to leave, then said to Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, although you are very powerful, you still have weaknesses, such as defense. Defense is a weakness that sword artists cannot cover up." "Yeah," Yi Chen nodded. A sword artist's biggest weakness would be their defense. Sword intent could greatly increase one's attack, but it would not be able to increase one's defense. However, martial intent would be able to do so. Everything had its pros and cons, and it was unavoidable. Although he had the dragon bone defense layer now, it was not omnipotent. If he ran into a powerful opponent, it might not be able to keep him safe. Morong Jishue continued, "You should know about the treasure Holy Tower, right? I had been there once before, but my luck was not good, and I only managed to get one top-rank item. With your power, however, you should be able to get to the 4th floor and have the chance to get a semi-extreme rank item. Wouldn't it be too dangerous?" Su Ruhui said worriedly. Murong Jishue said, "For normal master-level warriors, there is a certain amount of danger. But for top master-level warriors, the danger is almost negligible. Although the danger is low, the most important thing to do in the tower is luck. If you are unlucky, you'll get nothing. Plus, you have to be careful of other people as well. In a situation where there are too many monks and not enough meat, the most dangerous person would be the one who goes in. Of course, I'm not reminding you to go to the Holy Treasure Pagoda for no reason. It's just that although the Holy Treasure Pagoda is open all the time, it only opens the 1st floor. The 2nd floor opens in the 2nd year, the 3rd floor in the 3rd year, the 4th floor in the 4th year, and so on. This time, it just so happens to be the 4th year of the new cycle. If there are no accidents, every talented genius will go there. If you don't go, you will be dragged down by them." "Of course, I will go." Yi Chen had already planned to go there. If he could get a semi-extreme rank defensive item, it would be very useful for him. It should be known that items were also part of one's power, and absolute fairness would be absolute injustice. Chapter 631. The battle between Bai Minghui and Yi Chen was only watched by people from the Morong family and Chu Zhongtian. The Morong family did not have much contact with the outside world, and Chu Zhongtian was not the kind of person who liked to spread the news. Therefore, not many people knew about this battle. As for Bai Minghui, he would not tell anyone about him losing to Yi Chen. Although he was not afraid of losing, it would be better if no one knew about it. The young warriors who were always with him did not want to piss him off, so they naturally would not tell anyone about it. At most, they would tell some of their close friends, which made the news spread very slowly. In the world of warriors, time always passed very fast, especially for the Sea of Souls realm warriors who had lived for 300 years. Within a blink of an eye, 1.5 months had passed. On this particular day, Yi Chen and Morong Qingcheng left for the Treasure Holy Tower in the Sky Martial region. The Treasure Holy Tower was a tower that had been passed down from the ancient times. It had not survived for so many years, and had always been one of the sacred places in the world. The Treasure Holy Tower was located on the broken cliff of the Prisoner Dragon Mountain in the Sky Martial region. The Prisoner Dragon Mountain was a very famous and even evil holy mountain. It was said that it was the place that suppressed the ancient giant dragons, which was why it was named the Prisoner Dragon Mountain. The broken cliff of the Prisoner Dragon Mountain was even more famous, since it was connected to many other mountains. It was hundreds of miles long, looking like a dragon's corpse. When it reached the neck, it would be cut off as if someone had cut off its head. Therefore, it was not the head of a human being that was cut off, but the head of a giant dragon. On the cliff, there was a huge 7-floored tower shining brightly. Looking closely, one could see that there were 7 different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Above the entrance of the first floor, there were 4 big words written in gold: 1,000 Treasure Holy Tower. Indeed, it was the 1,000 Treasure Holy Tower, not the Treasure Holy Tower. Since there were a lot of treasures inside, the Treasure Holy Tower was just a common name. The sky had just started to brighten when people arrived at the broken cliff and entered the tower. Then more and more people arrived. They were all young martial geniuses under the age of 40. Some of them were alone, while others were in groups. However, they all seemed to be worried about something, so there were not that many of them in groups. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the earth, an important figure arrived. It was the sword sex Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu glanced at the 4th color on the treasure, Holy Pagoda. His figure flashed, and like a flying sword, he flew into the entrance of the first floor. After that, Bai Wuxia also arrived. Right after him was Xiao Chuha. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streams of light shot over from different directions in the sky. From afar, one could see that the 2 streams of light were wrapped around a graceful figure. It was obvious that they were female. When the light dissipated, the 2 women appeared on the 2 peaks opposite the decapitation cliff. One of them was Yan Fengfeng, and the other was a cold-looking lady with an evil look on her face and a hot body. Princess Godly Shark. Yan Fengfeng glanced at the cold lady. The glamorous woman was the most mysterious one among the 5 young tycoons, the Godly Shark Princess. She had always been elusive. She would only appear when it was necessary to increase her combat power. Normally, even her shadow could not be seen. The Godly Shark Princess was also studying Yan Fengfeng. She could already tell that Yan Fengfeng was not a human, but a beast body just like her. The difference was that the Godly Shark Princess had already reached rank 10, while Yan Fengfeng was only at rank 9. The 2 were only 1 rank apart, but she did not dare to underestimate Yan Fengfeng. From Yan Fengfeng's body, she could sense that kind of noble qi. It was not hard to imagine that Yan Fengfeng's real body must be very powerful. Once she showed her real body, her battling power would increase drastically. The 2 looked at each other but did not say anything. They flew toward the tower one after another, disappearing from the entrance of the first floor within a blink of an eye. As the sun rose up, more and more famous young warriors arrived. There were Lan Xieching, Lin Tian, Lin Ku, Luo Haisong, Hai Wuya, as well as Degaju, Bai Minghui, and Chu Zhongtian. Right after them, Dantai Mingyue, who was wearing red robes and had a red veil on her face, had also arrived. So many people. Almost all of the famous young martial geniuses are here. On top of 2 big trees, not far away, stood 3 people: Jing Aoshuan, Li Xiaoyan, and Li Xiaoyan's girlfriend, Yu Exan. Jing Aoshuan and Li Xiaoyan were already master-level warriors, and Li Xiaoyan's girlfriend, Yu Exan, seemed to have started to train Jin Yuan as well. Right now, she was at mid-astral reaching realm. In just a couple of years, she had managed to reach this level from someone who did not train Jin Yuan at all. It was all thanks to her powerful soul, and her mental attack power was even more unbelievable. She was born with a high cultivation, and with Li Xiaoyan's support, it would not be an exaggeration for her to reach mid-astral reaching realm. After all, Yu Exan mainly trained mental power, and Jin Yuan was only used to strengthen her body for her. With our power, the 4th floor is too dangerous. Let's just stay on the 3rd floor. Jing Aoshuan had never given up. Sooner or later, She would become one of the top young martial geniuses in the Sky Martial region. But now was not the time. Her comprehensive ability and talent were not the best in the whole continent, and her body talent was not as good as Chu Zhongtian's as well. Therefore, all that was left for her was hard work. Li Xiaoyan was the same as Jing Aoshuan. He was very open-minded. The third floor is not bad either. The chance of getting top-rank weapons is not small. If we are lucky, we might even get a set of top-rank weapons. The first floor of the tower only had top-rank weapons. The second floor had a certain chance of getting top-rank weapons, and the third floor had an even higher chance of getting top-rank weapons. There was even a small chance of getting a whole set of top-rank weapons. As for the fourth floor, there was a chance of getting half-extreme rank weapons and a whole set of top-rank weapons. However, it was also quite dangerous. Only top master-level warriors would be able to protect themselves. If they were unlucky, even top master-level warriors would fall and normal master-level warriors would not be able to make it out alive. After the three of them entered the tower from the south, two human figures walked over hand in hand. It was indeed Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing. So this is the tower. It was Yi Chen's first time coming here. Morong Qingqing said, "Don't you feel that this tower is like an artifact? However, it is much more powerful." Yeah. Yi Chen had also sensed that the tower was emitting a seven-colored light that was similar to the vibration of a great artifact. However, that vibration had already solidified into a bright light, which was even more powerful than the extreme rank weapons. It was hard to imagine what kind of thing it was. No wonder even life and death realm warriors could not get in. Shoo! A beam of gold light shot over. Yi Chen turned his head and looked over, then said, "Xia Hozuin is here." Xia Hozuin was wearing a gold robe and a gold crown on his head, which was very similar to Bai Minghui, who was wearing a silver robe and crown. However, compared to Bai Minghui, Xia Hozuin looked even more aggressive. As his eyes opened and closed, the gold light shone everywhere. That aggressive aura of his had not decreased even after losing to Bai Wuxue. It was obvious that Xia Hozuin had recognized Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen was the only martial genius who had made it into the master-level warrior ranking besides the top 5 young warriors. It would be a lie if Xia Hozuin said that he did not know him. However, it was only an acquaintance, and he did not pay too much attention to Yi Chen. For him, the top 5 young warriors would be unshakable in the next couple of years, even if they were powerful martial geniuses. That Lin Tian who had the highest chance of making it to the top had challenged Xiao Chuha, but the result was that he could not even handle 3 attacks when Xiao Chuha was slightly serious. Therefore, right now, Yi Chen was not worth Xia Hozuin's attention. Without any hesitation, Xia Hozuin's body flashed like a beam of gold lightning as he flew into the entrance of the tower's first floor. "Let's go in as well." Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing entered the tower together. There was a universe inside the tower, and the first floor contained a small world, which was a world of fire and lava. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but dark red and bright lava everywhere. The heat was so hot that any astral-reaching realm warrior would probably be roasted to death inside. Even Sea of Souls realm warriors would not feel good under the protection of their protective Jinyuan, and their bodies would start to sweat. So hot! Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing had just entered when they felt the temperature change drastically, reaching a horrifying level. Putting up their protective Jinyuan layer, the two finally felt a bit better. Luckily, we can leave any time we want, or go to the second floor. Otherwise, if we stay here for a couple of months, our bodies would definitely collapse. The two flew for a while, and they could occasionally see 1 or 2 human figures. One of them had an ice element Jinyuan layer, and did not seem to be uncomfortable at all. Yi Chen chuckled and continued to move forward. Above the world of fire was a red qi flow. Occasionally, there would be red meteors falling from the sky, rubbing against the air and bringing up burning waves of fire. The higher they went, the denser the meteors were. Although Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing could handle it, they did not want to suffer like this. Therefore, the two kept close to the lava lake as they moved forward, maintaining a height of 100 meters. Swoosh! A wave appeared on the surface of the lava lake as a fire element beast with red scales all over its body jumped out, biting toward Morong Qingqing, who was the closest to it. Boom! Morong Qingqing threw out a palm attack onto the beast's head, pushing it into the lava lake. This defense is very powerful. Morong Qingqing frowned. She had used 50 to 60% of her power in that palm attack, but it still could not hurt the beast at all. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the beast's defense was. It seemed like the first floor of the tower would not be that easy to get through. Without the power of spirit warriors, it would be hard to move forward. We're at the entrance of the second floor. Yi Chen saw a white door in the air in front of him, releasing waves of cold air. Shwa! The two jumped into the door. Hoo 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 hoo! The cold wind was biting cold, and the snow was everywhere. If the first floor was a world of fire, then the second floor was a world of ice and snow. The temperature suddenly changed from burning hot to extreme cold. It was like the 9 heavens of ice and fire. In the white sky, the two seemed very small, and under the cover of the snow, they could barely be seen. Crack! An ice elemental snake-type beast drilled out of the ground and jumped up. It opened its mouth and spat out a cold Yao Qi. Caught off guard, they were about to be caught off guard. Taking out the gold sword, Yi Chen casually chopped off the head of the ice snake. Ice spirit, high rank weapon. The ice snake was not a normal beast, but a life form formed from ice elemental qi. Therefore, chopping off its head would not kill it. Moreover, from the ice snake's wound, a beam of light suddenly shot out. It was a high rank weapon. Grabbing the high rank weapon, Yi Chen said curiously, "Could it be that the beasts inside the tower would hide their weapons in their bodies?" Yi Chen guessed wrong. The weapons inside the tower were not fixed. Maybe by breaking an ice mountain, one would be able to find a weapon inside. If one went underground, one would also be able to find a weapon. As for the bodies of beasts, there are very few weapons, and this ice snake was an exception. Chapter 632. Although the second layer of the ice world might have a chance to get top-rank weapons, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing did not care about that, so they went straight to the entrance of the third layer. The first 2 layers were the fire world and the ice world, but the third layer was different. The whole place was filled with crystal clear qi flow, which was as thick as water, covering every inch of the space. Besides this crystal clear qi flow, there was no yuan qi in the third layer. Without yuan qi, it meant that the warriors could not convert the natural yuan qi into zhen yuan, which made it a dangerous place. No yuan qi, but full of treasure qi? Yi Chen could tell that this crystal clear qi flow was extremely rare treasure qi. Back in the crafting room on the Treasure River Island, he had collected some of it and stored it in his storage ring, using it to nourish his Thunder Disaster sword and gold sword. After all, the weapons had their own durability. After a long time or 2 intense collisions, they would still be damaged. Some of the minor damages could not be seen with the naked eye and could only be repaired with treasure qi. Besides, treasure qi could also improve the weapon's quality to a certain extent. For example, a normal top-rank weapon might become a mid- or top-rank weapon after being nourished by treasure qi for a long time. Morong Qingqing flew out a couple of miles, then turned back and said with a frown, "The speed is only about 50% of the outside world. The third layer is already this powerful. I am afraid the fourth layer would be even worse." Although the third layer was not life-threatening for top master level warriors, it was only when they used all of their power. If they were not careful enough, there was still a small chance that they would die. Flying at a low altitude, Yi Chen lifted up his head, and the wide gold sword on his waist suddenly took out of its scabbard. Dang! The gold sword blocked out the sudden treasure light attack. Yi Chen's body shook a little, and he could not help but fall down. Eventually, he landed on the ground steadily. Such a powerful attack. Even if it was not at the top master level, it was at least 60 to 70% of a top master level warrior's attacking power. I was caught off guard, so I did not even get to use 50% of my power. There was only one danger in the treasure chi world, which was the treasure light attacks that could appear at any time. These treasure light attacks were made of highly compressed treasure chi, and the surroundings were filled with treasure chi. The attacks were silent, and even soul power would not be able to detect them. The good thing was that the treasure light attacks were not dense, and it was the first time for the two of them. Are you all right? The treasure light attack was too sudden. Murong Qingqing tilted her head and realized that Yi Chen had disappeared. In terms of danger perception, she was still a notch lower than Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, "It's nothing. The treasure aura in the air is too dense. It's affecting my perception. It's best if we go a bit lower. This way, there shouldn't be too much danger." The higher one went in the treasure chi world, the denser the treasure chi and the weaker the soul power. But at the bottom, the treasure chi was very thin, and the resistance was also very small. Just as Yi Chen had guessed, flying close to the ground reduced the danger by more than half. If there was a treasure light rushing over, the two of them would be able to sense it in advance. They could either dodge, shatter, or accelerate. There were many ways to deal with it, unlike the first time. We've reached the entrance to the 4th floor. Roughly 2 hours later, the two of them found the entrance to the 4th floor. It was a gate condensed from precious energy, and it was extremely gorgeous. Buzz! Just as the two of them were about to reach the entrance, the treasure chi on both sides of the gate suddenly condensed together, forming into two living beings. The living beings were humanoid, almost 3 meters tall. Their eyes were like diamonds, shining with a sharp light. Boom! The living being on the left flashed its body, throwing out a punch towards Yi Chen. The powerful fist wind was like a bone-piercing steel blade. It was very condensed. Gold pattern. Yi Chen did not have the time to waste with his opponent, so he directly used his killing attack. He waved his gold sword, and the gold pattern spread out, looking very beautiful. Boom! 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 How could the living being withstand the attack of the gold pattern? It collapsed instantly, turning back into the crystal clear treasure chi. On the other side, Murong Qingqing was also fighting with the living being. Flying sky assassination cut. Spreading his black bat wings, Murong Qingqing's speed increased to a new level. Suddenly, there seemed to be more than 100 of him, attacking the living being from all directions. Every 3 attacks, there would be a wound on the living being's body, causing it to shake violently. However, although the living being was not as powerful as a top master level warrior, it was very close. The flying sky assassination cut seemed to be very efficient, but it was not powerful enough to severely injure the living being. Swoosh! Let me take care of it. Yi Chen could tell that Murong Qingqing would need a long time to take care of the living being. His body flashed, and his gold sword sliced out like it was slicing through the clouds. Swoosh! This time, Yi Chen used the spiritual sword art. The living being did not even have time to react before its head was cut off. What surprised Yi Chen was that the living being did not disappear. Its head reattached, and it continued to fight with Murong Qingqing, not caring about Yi Chen at all. Could this be a test? I have to take care of this living being on my own. Yi Chen looked confused, and he stopped attacking. Seeing that Yi Chen's attacks were not working, Murong Qingqing knew that she had to take care of it on her own. In order to not waste time, Murong Qingqing first performed the dark sky curtain to stop the living being for a second. Then, she opened her black bat wings to their limit. Streams of black light flowed through her bat wings and into her body. Finally, they gathered at the tip of her finger. Sky Demon Finger. She pointed out her finger, and the black finger power landed on the living being's chest. a black sun rose up, and the living being was turned into nothingness. After taking a few deep breaths, Morong Ching said, "Let's go in." The sky demon finger was a martial art she inherited from the demons after she awakened her talent. It needed to use the special power of the black bat wings on her back. Every time she used it, it would be consumed. She rarely used it unless she had no other choice. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two of them entered the fourth floor. Waiting until the two had left, a couple of human figures appeared nearby. "That Yi Chen is so powerful. I could not even handle one attack from this living being, and he managed to kill it within seconds. Plus, the first attack was already so aggressive, and the second attack was so fast that there was no trace of it at all. Both of them were extremely horrifying killing attacks. This is so powerful. Yeah, we have been watching here for a long time." A lot of the young warriors who had entered the fourth floor had used their killing attacks. Not to mention the top 5 young warriors, that Baiming Hui and Dugaju are also very powerful. They did not even bother to look at it before killing the living being with only one attack. Yan Fingfing's power has been underestimated by everyone. She did not even change her body, but with just a flap of her fire wings, the living being had been burned into nothingness. These people had been hiding nearby the whole time. For them, seeing the top young warriors perform their killing attacks might give them some inspiration and allow them to create their own powerful attacks. They did not expect to be as powerful as Yi Chen and the rest, but as long as they could beat the young warriors at the same level, it would be enough. The fourth floor was an extremely dangerous place. The treasure chi in this place was not that rich, and the visibility was very high. But as far as the eye could see, there were all kinds of treasure chi living beings of different levels. The energy vibration coming from them varied in strength. The weakest one was equivalent to the one guarding the entrance of the fourth floor, while the most powerful one was not any weaker than the barbarian who had chased after Yi Chen and Morong Ching before. It was almost at the half-step king warrior level. "Bastard! He has been chasing me for thousands of miles." All of the warriors who had come to the fourth floor were top young warriors, but the scene was extremely chaotic. Some of them had joined hands to fight against the living beings, while some of them were fighting alone. There were even some who were being chased by the living beings and had to run for their lives. Yeah, this living being is holding a top-rank weapon. Yi Chen and Morong Ching had just arrived at the fourth floor when they were attacked by a living being. It was almost 3 meters tall, holding a dark blue long spear in its hand. The vibration of a weapon was extremely intense, and the tip of the spear was extremely sharp. "Awoo!" The living being screamed and attacked toward the two. Yi Chen's expression did not change as he held the gold sword in his right hand and waved it gently. The sword chi was like a gentle breeze, and it reached the living being within a second. Crack! The head of the living being was blown into the sky, having been killed within a second. Although it was called a living being, it was actually more like an energy body, since it did not have a soul. It was just that it was covered by the rules of the tower and had naturally formed a body to attack living beings. Therefore, as long as the attack power was high enough, it could be killed within a second. Of course, if the attack power was not high enough, then even 100 attacks would not be enough, since it would absorb the natural treasure chi to heal itself. After killing the living being that was attacking them, Yi Chen waved his left hand, and the dark blue long spear that had fallen to the ground flew over and landed in his hand. It is indeed a top-rank weapon. Yi Chen studied the long spear for a while before putting it into his storage ring. After that, the two did not run into any other living beings with weapons. It seemed like it was just like what Morong Jishui had said. Coming to the treasure holy tower would depend on one's luck. If one's luck was not good, then one might end up with nothing. But if one's luck was good, then one might be able to get a semi-extreme rank weapon. Boom! Inside a massive valley, Yan Fengfeng studied the treasure chi life form in front of her with a serious expression. This life form was very small, only about 1 meter and 80 centimeters tall. Its body shone with a diamond-like light, which was a couple of times more powerful than normal life forms. The luxurious blue armor on the living being's body was giving off a very powerful vibration. It was actually a semi-extreme rank defensive armor. Yan Fengfeng's attacks had all been blocked out by the blue armor, and she had not been able to hurt the living being at all. Instead, she had been punched once. Shriek! With a roar, Yan Fengfeng shot into the sky while an endless blue light shone out of her body. Waiting until the light disappeared, a massive blue phoenix appeared in the sky above the valley. That burning blue flame wrapped around the phoenix, and even its eyeballs were burning. Who? She flapped her wings, and that blue flame wave was brought up along with a powerful wind, blowing away the living being. Meanwhile, the phoenix turned into a beam of blue flame and appeared above the living being within a second. Its massive claws grabbed onto it, and with a pull, both of the living being's arms had been torn off. It was not over yet. The phoenix pecked with its beak, and the head of the living being had also been pierced through. The next second, the living being disappeared completely. Just when Yan Fengfeng was about to grab onto the blue armor, a shooting star finger power shot over, blowing away the armor. Haha, my luck is not bad. I have only been here for a while, and I have already run into a semi-extreme rank weapon. On the wall of the valley, a young man in gold robes appeared. It was indeed Xia Hozuan. The blue phoenix spat out human eyes. Xia Hozuan, what do you mean? Treasures belong to those with power. You should know this. Chapter 633. Half-step extreme-grade artifacts were not that easy to obtain. Among the geniuses of Sky Marshal region and even the whole continent, there weren't many who possessed half-step extreme-grade artifacts. Most importantly, half-step extreme-grade artifacts had their own differences. Generally speaking, defensive artifacts were at least twice as valuable as offensive artifacts. Currently, the number of people who possessed half-step extreme-grade defensive artifacts did not exceed one's fingers, and Lin Tian was one of them. During the battle at the Nine-Dragon Lake, if Xia Hozuan had a semi-extreme rank defensive weapon, then Bai Wushue's last attack would not have wounded him so badly. Therefore, this semi-extreme rank defensive weapon in front of him was something that Xia Hozuan had to get. Shriek! The blue phoenix did not say anything more to Xia Hozuan. She flapped her wings that were covered in blue flame and caught up to the blue armor that had been blown away. She then threw out a claw attack. You are looking for death. The things that I have my eyes on, no one has ever been able to take them away from me. Although Xia Hozuan's speed was not as fast as the blue phoenix, which was Yan Fengfeng, but the shooting star finger power that he had shot out was more than enough. It was like the most shooting star shower in the past thousands of years. Among all the shooting star finger powers, there was also a massive bright comet that was even faster and more aggressive than the shooting star finger power. It attacked toward the blue phoenix, who had been possessed by the flame. With this much shooting star finger power, even the top 5 young warriors would not dare to use their protective Jinyuan to take it on. Not to mention that there was still another one that was 10 times more powerful and aggressive than the shooting star finger power. Yan Fengfeng knew that if she did not care about it, she would indeed be able to get the blue armor. But she would be wounded as well, and that was only because she was a blue phoenix. If it were the top 5 young warriors, they would definitely be wounded more severely than her. Once wounded, she would not be Xia Hozuan's opponent at all, and she would not be able to increase her speed. Therefore, she could only try to dodge, using her extreme speed to dodge. Shoo! A blue fire line flashed once as Yan Fengfeng dodged the incoming finger power. In the next second, the valley beside her seemed to have been eroded by the wind, completely disappearing. That comet finger power had even created an immeasurably deep pit on the ground, going all the way down to the bottom. After forcing back Yan Fengfeng, Xia Hozuan's body suddenly moved as he reached out to grab the blue armor. Major Phoenix cut! Yan Fengfeng was not someone who did not know how to fight back. She flapped her wings and two massive flame beams tore through the sky. One of them was attacking in front of Xiaohozuan, while the other was attacking toward him. As long as he continued to move forward, it would be hard to guarantee that he would not get wounded. "How dare you!" Xiaohozuan was furious. He reached out his left index finger and pointed in the air. All of a sudden, an endless gravitational force appeared 3 feet away from his fingertip. That fire stream was still able to maintain its shape when it was far away, but once it got closer, it would be pulled down by that gravitational force and condensed into a blue light ball. The ball was getting bigger and bigger, which meant that more and more energy was being pulled over. Puff! The fire attack that was attacking toward Xiaohozuan suddenly disappeared, like a bubble, while the other one was only left with a third of its original size. It clashed with Xiaohozuan, who was still moving forward, the intense fire wave almost burning the entire sky. It seemed like a lot of movements, but it had all happened within a second. Although Xiaohozuan had taken care of one of the fire attacks with his star nuclear finger art, the second one had been broken down by him as well. But Yan Fingfing's real body was extremely powerful, and the power contained in those 2 fire attacks was even more powerful than by Wushua's. Therefore, Xiaohozuan's star nuclear finger art did not even have the time to pull them all out before he was blown away by the remaining fire attack. "Go! Explode!" Within the fire wave, Xiaohozuan's voice was heard. That blue light ball that was floating in the air shot toward Yan Fengfeng like a shadow before exploding violently. A massive mushroom cloud of fire covered the entire sky, and the whole valley had been destroyed by that aggressive blast wave. Shoo! Yan Fingfing's speed was unparalleled in the world. Since she had moved first, the blast wave could not catch up with her immediately. By the time the blast wave had caught up with her, its power had already been reduced by 90%. The remaining 10% could only shake her body a couple of times and drop 1 or 2 feathers. Her phoenix eyes turned blue as she stared at Xiaohozuan, who was walking out of the fire wave. Xiaohozuan was fine, and the weakened fire attack would not be able to break through his protective Zhen Yuan to hurt him. All right, she is indeed the blue phoenix. Her beast Yuan is so powerful that even my star nuclear finger art could not handle it completely. Xiaohozuan looked a bit serious. Before, his star nuclear finger art was able to suppress by Wuxue, and he thought that it would be easy for him to deal with Yan Fengfeng. But who would have thought that Yan Fengfeng and Bai Wuxue would be completely different? The beast Yuan inside her body was extremely powerful, and the fire attack that she had shot out contained a terrifying amount of power. On the other hand, his star nuclear finger art had its limit and could not handle endless power. To put it simply, Yan Fengfeng, who had a huge amount of beast Yuan, would not be suppressed by his star nuclear finger art. Yan Fengfeng said lightly, "Xiaohozuan, since this semi-extreme rank defensive item was discovered by me first, then no matter who it is, they would not be able to get it for free. You can try. Oh, you can handle my star nuclear finger art, but I wonder if you can handle my void-shattering finger art." The star nuclear finger art was not an attacking martial art, and the void-shattering finger art was Xiaohozuan's most powerful attacking martial art. Even Bai Wuxue would have to use all of his power to handle it. Of course, Yan Fengfeng flapped her wings at an even higher frequency. That burning blue flame burned the air like boiling water, seeming like it would shatter at any second. She was very clear about the power of the void-shattering finger art. Not only did it have a high attacking power, but it was also very fast. In other words, among the top 5 young warriors, Xiaohozuan's void-shattering finger art was the most troublesome one for her. Of course, if she wanted to leave, then she would not be afraid of anyone. But now was not the time. Xiaohozuan's expression turned cold. He had decided to teach Yan Fengfeng a lesson. In his opinion, besides the other 4 of the top 5 young warriors, no one would dare to go against him. At the same time, Yan Fengfeng was also ready to explode at any second. Although she was very fast, her opponent was still one of the top 5 young warriors. Who? While the atmosphere was tense, the distant sky was suddenly dyed a sparkling green. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a piece of green jade. A majestic wave swept out in all directions, causing the space to tremble and ripples to ripple like water. The fourth level palace has appeared. Xia Hozuan's expression changed as he hesitated a bit. Yan Fengfeng had also seen the change in the distance. But before she left, she had to get that blue armor, since it belonged to her. Yan Fengfeng, I will let you go this time. But if we meet again in the future, I will definitely fight with you. After saying that, Xia Hozuan did not linger for the blue armor anymore. His gold light flashed once as he flew toward the source of the vibration. Soon he pushed his speed to its limit and disappeared into the sky. Whew! Letting out a deep breath, Yan Fengfeng's body suddenly shrunk and turned into her human form. She dove down and grabbed the blue armor. The first level of the tower is open all year round, and the second level will only open in the second year, which is only for 1 month. The third level will open in the third year, which is also for 1 month. Within this month, the second, third, and fourth levels will all be connected. After this month, the second, third, and fourth levels will all be closed and will only open in the fifth year. But the fourth level palace is where the essence is, and the chance of getting semi-extreme rank weapons or a whole set of top rank weapons is the highest. There is no reason for me to give it up. Yan Fengfeng had not been to the fourth level palace yet. Shoo! Yan Fengfeng flew toward the direction where Xia Hozuan had left. After a couple of days, Yi Chen and Morong Qingcheng had only gotten 2 top rank weapons, one from the second level world and the other from the third level world. Although the top rank weapons were great, but the 2 already had them, so they did not care about them at all. Their purpose for coming here was to get a semi-extreme rank weapon. It seems like we have not had much luck lately, Yi Chen said, helplessly. Morong Qingcheng was about to say something when she suddenly noticed that the sky had changed color. It had turned into a green jade. Look over there. Perhaps the fourth level palace has appeared. Yi Chen's eyes shrunk. Before coming here, Morong Jishui had told them that there would be a palace on each level. Although there were not that many weapons inside, most of them were top quality. But right now, it was no longer about luck but power. Without enough power, one would not have the right to get a share. Let's go. The 2 did not stop and flew out. The majestic palace stood tall on the ground. The color of the palace wasn't green. Instead, it was crystal clear, as if it was condensed from the aura of treasures. However, the light emitted by the palace wasn't crystal clear. Instead, it was an extremely pure emerald green. There were a lot of people gathered in front of the palace. They were all famous young warriors of this true spirit continent, such as Dugu Ju, Bai Minghui, Dantai Mingyue, Lin Tian, and Lan Xieching. Shoo! 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 Countless human figures flew over. There were the top 5 young warriors, as well as some unknown but extremely powerful young warriors. They seemed to be the same as Bai Minghui, who had just arrived in the Sky Martial region and was still trying to make a name for themselves. Seeing so many powerful warriors, Lin Tian and the rest's expression changed slightly. Not to mention the top 5 young warriors. Where did all these top young warriors come from? They had not even seen some of them before. It seemed like this true spirit continent was not as simple as it seemed. All the hidden warriors had shown up one after another. Everyone stayed outside and did not enter the palace. It was not that they did not want to go in, but the outer layer of the palace was covered with a green, crystal-like light layer. It was extremely thick and would not be that easy to break through. Sneering, the sword master Lu Xiaoyu attacked first. Once his great sword was taken out of its scabbard, sword qi spread out everywhere, cutting onto the green light layer. However, the green light layer did not make any noise. Instead, beams of soft and tough green silk shot out of the layer, battling with the sword qi. although the sword chi was extremely sharp and had cut the green silk into pieces. The green silk kept coming back from the green light layer, so it did not have much of an effect. Bai Wushua's expression did not change as he said, "This is the palace's restrictive spell. Only by breaking it will we be able to enter. Everyone, let's attack together." As he spoke, Bai Wushua threw out a palm attack. That powerful palm power landed directly on the green light layer. All of a sudden, countless green silk shot out to cancel out that palm power, reducing it by 50 to 60%. With Lu Xiaoyu and Bai Wushua attacking, the rest of the warriors did not hesitate anymore. They all performed their martial arts and attacked the green light layer. Of course, no one used their ace attacks, since they were their ace attacks. Plus, there was no yuan qi in the 4th level world, and the zhenyuan that was used up would be depleted sooner or later. If they used pellets to make up for it, it would not last long, and it might even lower the purity of the zhenyuan. Chapter 634. When Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing arrived, there were already 20 people there. Besides the top 5 young warriors and Dugaju and the rest, they did not recognize most of them. But, judging from the way they were attacking the palace, they were no weaker than Lin Tian and Lan Xieqing, and some of them were even more powerful. Seeing Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing arrive, a lot of people turned their heads to look at them. Yan Fengfeng and Chu Zhongtian were among them as well. Yan Fengfeng nodded at Yi Chen before continuing to attack the palace. "Let's attack as well." Yi Chen took out his gold sword and shot out a beam of sword qi toward the green light layer. Murong Qingqing followed right behind him, throwing out a punch as well. Boom! 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 20 people worked together to attack the green light layer, which started to shake a little. There were patterns on the surface of the layer that looked like water. After a while, the green light layer did not seem to be broken at all. It seemed like it would be able to last for a long time. Before, everyone did not want to waste their zhenyuan. But as time passed, they all started to realize that if it continued like this, it would only be a waste of zhenyuan. So, they might as well use their ace attacks together to break through the green light layer. Right then, it was still Bai Wushua who stood out. He said, "Right now, we all know about the situation. If we do not use our ace attacks together, I am afraid that we will not be able to break through the restriction even after today. How about this? I will count to 3, and we will all work together to use our ace attacks. Does anyone have any objections?" "I agree. I have no objections." "Let's do as you say." Bai Wushua's words had obviously been approved by everyone. Hearing him, Bai Wushua nodded. "All right, everyone get ready. 1, 2, 3. After Bai Wushua said those 3 words, the 20-odd people all executed their best moves. A huge ancient tree appeared around Bai Wushua. The ancient tree only had 1 branch. The branch gave off a bright green light like a huge spike. When it struck the green light barrier, it exploded forth with a piercing green light. Xia Hozuin performed his comet finger with both of his hands. 2 millstone-sized comet finger power shot out, bringing up a bright flame tail as it landed on the green light shield. On the other hand, Lu Xiaoyu took a deep breath and unleashed 4 to 46 sword strikes in a row. Every single sword strike was powerful enough to split a mountain. When they were combined together, the momentum was vast and the sword energy was peerless. Xiao Chuha held the blade with both of his hands and groaned. The muscles on his chest expanded as he threw out a blade attack toward that green light layer, seeming to be able to split the ocean. The most mysterious, godly shark princess's long hair danced in the wind. Her cold and elegant face did not contain a trace of emotion. She struck out with a godly shark fist force, which was indescribably fierce. Yi Chen, who was the furthest away, did not plan to get away with it. But of course, he would not perform his ace attack either. Instead, he performed his gold, resonant radiance sword art. A mass of sword qi shot out, cutting on the green light layer and shattering a lot of the green strings. Murong Chingching did not have any ace attacks besides her sky demon finger, which would consume her special power. So, there was no need to waste it here. Therefore, she threw out a palm blade attack, the black blade power working with Yi Qin to attack the green light layer together. As for the rest of the people, they all performed their ace attacks together. Among them, Yan Feng Feng, Dugu Jiu, Dantai Mingyue, and Bai Minghui were the most eye-catching ones. Among the top young warriors that they did not know, there were 2 or 3 powerful warriors who had attracted a lot of attention. Boom! 20 people performed their ace attacks together, which was extremely powerful. Without any exaggeration, even a half-step king warrior would have to avoid it, not daring to face it head-on. All of a sudden, the green light layer started to shake intensely, twisting crazily. After a loud explosion, the green light layer was shattered and turned into nothingness. It has been broken! Seeing that the green light layer had been broken, everyone relaxed a little. Shoo! Xia Hozuan was the fastest. The second the green light layer was broken, his whole body turned into a beam of gold light and shot out toward the open door of the palace. Seeing that Xia Hozuan had taken the lead, at least half of the people did not even think before pushing their Jinyuan, turning into beams of light and flying over. Who? At this moment, 6 sparkling and translucent balls of light suddenly appeared in the air in front of the palace. The sparkling and translucent balls of light were arranged in a 6-way formation. After a slight tremble, they shot out streaks of translucent blades of air. The 6 balls of light combined together and shot out a large number of blades of air. They were densely packed and dazzling. Dang! Being caught off guard, Xia Hozuan was hit by 7 to 8 chi blades. The attacking power of these chi blades was extremely powerful, much more powerful than the treasure light in the 3rd floor. It was almost equivalent to 80% of a top master level warrior's attack. Therefore, even Xia Hozuan had to back out dozens of steps, his face turning pale a little. Seeing that there were even more chi blades coming at him, Xia Hozuan's expression finally changed. Point at the sky. Using his finger power, Xia Hozuan drew a circle around his body. That transparent space pattern was attracted out of his body, blocking out the chi blades. Using the space pattern to protect his body, Xia Hozuan pushed his Jinyuan and entered the palace through those chi blades. The people following behind him did not have it that good. How they had gone in and how they had come back, they were all in a bad shape. Everyone be careful! Bai Wuxiue was rather kind. After reminding the crowd, his figure flashed as he flew towards the palace's doors. Along the way, the chi blades attacked him frantically. However, they were all blocked by the shield of life, unable to injure him at all. Thus, he became the 2nd person to enter the palace. Then, Lu Xiaoyu and Xiao Chuha also entered the palace. However, the godly shark princess that Yi Chen had seen for the first time was extremely powerful. She had used her protective Zhen, Yuan, to get into the palace. It was not hard to tell how powerful her defense was. Yi Chen, I will go first. Yan Fingfing's speed was unparalleled in the world. That blue flame flashed once, and her whole body traveled through the dense chi blades. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 chi blades that got close to her, but they would all be shattered by her claw attack. In the next second, her body had already disappeared into the palace door. More and more people had entered. Dugu Jiu, Dantai Mingyue, and Bai Minghui had all entered. Those powerful young warriors that he did not know had also entered the palace. There were less than 10 people left. Let's go in. You follow behind me. If Murong Qingqing used her demon power essence, those chi blades would be nothing. But Yi Chen would not let her use her demon power essence. Ting! Ting! Dang! Dang! Then a strange scene happened. Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing rushed toward the gate of the palace, one after another. Yi Chen, who was in the front, had an unimaginably fast sword art. He waved out his sword, and in the situation where no sword shadow could be seen, All of the chi blades had been sliced open, unable to get close to him. Meanwhile, Murong Chingching followed behind him like a shadow. Shoo! The second they got close to the door, Murong Chingching flapped her black bat wings and flashed into the palace. Yi Chen saw Murong Chingching enter, so his body turned into a sword light, traveling through the gaps between the chi blades. Eventually, he arrived at the door of the palace and stepped in. This, using sword arts to block out the chi blades? The remaining 7 or 8 young warriors looked at each other. The attacking speed of the chi blades was so fast that the rest of them could only rely on defense to enter the palace. Only Yi Chen had relied on his sword arts. Lin Tian's face was full of bitterness. It seemed like it would be impossible for him to get back at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's improvement was so fast that he could not catch up at all. Lan Xieching, who had also lost to Yi Chen, squinted his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 635. This is the inside of the palace. The situation inside the palace was different from what Yi Chen had expected. He was only 1 step slower than Murong Chingching, and when he entered, he could not see Murong Chingching anymore. Besides Murong Chingching, no one else could be seen. What was in front of him was a tunnel that was sealed off from all sides, giving off an oppressive feeling. Looking back, he could not see the door of the palace at all. It seemed like he had suddenly appeared in a tunnel. There was a tunnel in front of him, and there was another tunnel behind him. Strange! Yi Chen frowned as his forehead popped up and he let out his soul power. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters. The restriction of soul power inside the palace was surprisingly strong. With Yi Chen's soul power that was 5 times more powerful than normal people's, it could only cover 500 meters, which was 250 meters in radius. If it were a normal person, it would only cover 100 meters. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen withdrew his soul power and thought to himself, within 500 meters, there are countless tunnels. It is like a maze, and the walls are about 1 meter thick. I wonder how strong they are. Taking out his gold sword, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack on the wall on his left. Shoo! A sword mark that was a couple of inches deep was left on the wall, and the silver powder was scattered everywhere. Normal attacks are almost useless. Indeed, if he performed his ace attacks, the power would be a couple of times more powerful than normal attacks. But Yi Chen did not know where he was exactly. Even if he managed to break through the wall, it would be like going from one tunnel to another, which would be pointless. Never mind. I will explore the way first. Taking a step forward, Yi Chen walked toward the tunnel in front of him. Why is there so many tunnels in this palace? Where should I go? Situ Hao was a top young warrior who had just started to show up. Although the Situ family that he was from was not as powerful as the top 4 families, it was still a rank 5 family with thousands of years of history. This time, the opening of the 4th floor of the tower was a rare opportunity for him. As long as he could get his hands on a semi-extreme rank item, his power would increase even more. Besides the top 5 young warriors, no one else would be able to compete with him, including the number 1 warrior under the top 5 young warriors, Yi Chen. I already have a semi-extreme grade great sword, so I just need a semi-extreme grade defensive armor. Semi-extreme grade attacking artifacts were not that rare, unless it was some gloves or the like. However, semi-extreme grade defensive artifacts were definitely rare. Even a rank 5 power might not have one. The passageway was not a straight line, but rather a winding one. After turning a corner, Situ Hao kept walking. When he reached the end, he naturally turned again. Is it a room? A joyful expression flashed through Situ Hao's face. In his sight, there was a door 300 meters ahead on the left side, with a dim light shining out from inside. There must be an artifact. I hope it's a semi-extreme grade defensive artifact. His heart was beating fast for a couple of times. Situ Hao swallowed his saliva and quickly walked towards the door of the room. Not good, there are footsteps. Situ Hao heard the footsteps, which were very close. The next second, A young man in blue robes walked out from the corner, less than 10 meters away from the door. Room! It was indeed Yi Qin. He had been walking in the passageway for a long time and had almost gotten dizzy. He was not walking in this direction at first, but after hearing the light footsteps he walked over. And the footsteps that he had heard were naturally Situ Hao's. Yi Qin, right? I found this room first. In order to avoid trouble, you should leave as soon as possible. Situ Hao had naturally never seen Yi Qin before, but he had heard people describe Yi Qin's appearance. For example, blue robes were one of the symbols of Yi Qin. Yi Qin said, "Everyone who enters the palace is looking for treasures. Seeing the treasures does not mean that they are yours. Plus, you haven't even seen the treasures yet. It seems like you have never heard that one more friend is better than one more enemy." Situ Hao's face darkened as he placed his right hand on the sword handle. His palm slowly tightened, and that sharp sword aura shot out toward Yi Qin, who was right in front of him. "Whether we are friends or not, it is not up to me to decide. It should be between the two of us." Yi Qin could tell that this Situ Hao was one of the most powerful warriors among the top young warriors, and he would probably not be weaker than Bai Minghui. This time, the opening of the 4th floor of the tower had attracted all of the top young warriors who had been hiding in the dark. So he did not dare to be careless, since some of the more powerful ace attacks would still be quite threatening. "All right, everyone says that you are the number 1 warrior just below the top 5 young warriors. Today, Situ Hao, will see if you have the right to be called that. 3 extreme sword." Situ Hao's first attack was already his ace attack. He took out his long sword and waved it out. 3 beams of sword qi interweaved together, filling up the whole tunnel. Besides, Yi Qin could vaguely sense that there were thousands of strands of sword qi interweaved together like silk. Luckily, his perception was powerful enough. Otherwise, if he tried to pass through those gaps, he would be in big trouble for sure. Gold pattern. Yi Qin did not intend to fight for a long time either, so he also used his ace attack. The gentle gold pattern was like a stone being thrown into a lake, spreading out and clashing with the sword qi that had been intertwined together. Boom! There were only 2 sides of the tunnel that could release their power. Waiting for that aggressive blast wave to explode, Yi Qin took out a top-rank shield and held it in front of him. However, Situ Hao did not have it that easy. The gold pattern was obviously way more powerful and aggressive than his 3 ultimate sword attack. It had shattered his ace attack instantly. Although the gold pattern was not as powerful because of that, most of the shockwave from the collision of the 2 attacks was still directed towards him. Pooh! Before he could do anything else, Situ Hao was blown away into the sky, puking out a huge chunk of blood onto the top of the tunnel. Defensive sword spell. Something shocking happened. Situ Hao, who had been blown away, suddenly performed a sword spell and pointed out his finger at Yi Qin. As he pointed out his finger, a sword on his back automatically came out of its scabbard. With a lightning-fast speed, it flashed out and stabbed toward Yi Qin. The flying sword was way too fast, faster than most people's reaction time. If it were not Yi Qin, but some other top young warrior, there would be more than a 70% chance of being killed, and the remaining 30% would be severely wounded. What? Defensive sword spell. Yi Qin was shocked. As someone who had traveled from this world with his soul, he was very clear about the concept of the defensive sword spell. He had always thought that it was the power of a sword god. After the shock, Yi Qin performed his spiritual sword attack instinctively. Ting! A clashing sound was heard in the air. Situ Hao's deadly attack had been broken by Yi Qin. My defensive sword spell has been broken? Impossible. The smile on Situ Hao's face froze. He had already planned that even if his 3 ultimate sword could not do anything to Yi Qin, with his defensive sword spell, he would be able to wound him severely and kill him. However, he did not expect that Yi Qin's gold pattern would be this powerful, and it had even wounded him quite badly. But it did not matter, since performing the defensive sword spell in this situation would be even more effective. However, he had miscalculated. Yi Chen's spiritual sword attack was extremely fast, and even his flying sword had been broken by one sword attack. Run! Without thinking about anything else, Situ Hao did not wait for his body to land on the ground. He pushed out his Jianyuan and flew out the way he came from, turning into a series of shadows. Yi Chen did not chase after him. Situ Hao's flying sword was way too fast, and Yi Chen had performed his spiritual sword attack without any preparation. His qi and blood were a bit weak, and it would be impossible for him to perform it a second time. Besides the spiritual sword attack, none of his ace attacks would be able to stop Situ Hao right away, since the distance between the two of them was too far. The defensive sword spell seems to be a bit different. In the beginning, Yi Chen was indeed startled. If it were the real defensive sword spell, he might have to use all of his power to deal with it. However, his opponent's defensive sword spell was not that powerful, and it was not that flexible. It could only fly in a straight line, just like a shuriken. Only its attacking power was slightly more powerful than a shuriken. The real defensive sword spell could be controlled with one's mind. Not only would it be extremely fast, it would also be able to turn in the air and attack the enemy from any angle. In this situation, unless one's defense was high enough, one would have to rely on speed to deal with it. Even if it were Yi Chen, he would have to use all of his power. But obviously, Situ Hao's defensive sword spell was different from what Yi Chen knew. It had the power, but it was not flexible enough. Of course, there was still a connection between the two. No matter if it was Situ Hao's defensive sword spell or the one that Yi Chen knew, they were both essentially the same. The flying sword contained Jianyuan, which would then be activated by the soul power. Laughing at himself, Yi Chen mumbled to himself, "Warriors are warriors and sword immortals are sword immortals. I am making a big deal out of nothing." Even if there were real sword immortals, they would not be able to do much. The profound sense that the warriors from the true spirit continent had learned might not be any weaker than what I had imagined. Seriously, once a warrior from the true spirit continent reaches the Sea of Souls realm, which one of them would not have the power to break mountains. Once they reach the life and death realm, they would even have the power to break the surreal world. Plus, this is not the end yet. Calming himself down, Yi Chen started to walk into the room. The room was not that big, and there was a stone platform in the middle. A light sphere was floating on top of it, and inside it was a sky blue armor. Semi-extreme rank armor? Yi Chen was not sure, since the vibration of the armor had been blocked out by the light sphere. He could not tell the quality of the armor from the outside. Pop! He threw out a punch toward the light sphere, and a white dragon bone defensive layer appeared on the surface of his fist. The light sphere was shattered, and the sky blue armor landed on Yi Chen's hand. Boom! The intense vibration from the weapon had almost shaken up the entire space. This vibration was a couple of times more powerful than normal top rank weapons. Only a semi-extreme rank weapon would have this kind of vibration. It is indeed a semi-extreme rank armor. Yi Chen let out a breath. Let's make the soul mark first. Only with the soul mark, the armor would be able to bring out its full potential. With this armor, Yi Chen's weakness in defense would be completely gone. Because of his talent in the soul, Yi Chen's speed of making the soul mark was very fast. In less than 10 minutes, this sky blue armor had completely become Yi Chen's personal property. Chapter 636. Muddy Sky Armor. Good name. After the soul imprint was done, Yi Chen learned the name of the armor from the inside. Let's see how it works. There were differences between different armors. Some focused on frontal defense, while the side and back were weaker. Some focused on defense and reducing the impact. Taking off the gold armor, Yi Chen put on the Muddy Sky Armor. Woo! Activating his Jianyuan, a transparent eggshell qi cover appeared outside of Yi Chen's body. It was his protective Jianyuan. Then, the patterns on the surface of the armor lit up. Twisted blue symbols fused with the protective Jianyuan, seeming to have been branded on the armor without any blind spots. Yeah, it is a comprehensive defense. There are no weak spots or protruding spots. It is quite even. Yi Chen had more or less understood the features of the Muddy Sky armor. Although the Muddy Sky armor did not have any weak spots or protruding spots, Yi Chen was quite satisfied. With the Muddy Sky armor on the outside and the dragon bone defensive layer on the inside, not only did his defensive weakness disappear completely, it had also been strengthened a lot. Of course, Yi Chen also knew that for warriors, defense would never be as important as offense. Very few people would waste a lot of time on studying defensive martial arts. Because of this, defensive weapons were so important. They could allow warriors to attack without any worries, and they could fight back with their attacks. Damn it! How could this guy break my defensive sword spell? Even if his sword speed is fast, he should not be able to react in time. Situ Hao performed his body art and moved at a high speed in the tunnel. After flying for a quarter of an hour, Situ Hao finally stopped. Boom! Punching the wall, Situ Hao's face was full of unwillingness. My imperial sword technique is a secret sword technique that I obtained from the ancient ruins 3 months ago. I have never used it in front of others. I thought that the first time I used the imperial sword technique, it would have a miraculous effect, but I didn't expect to face my first failure. The defensive sword spell was not an inherited secret art of the Situ family. It was something that Situ Hao had found in an ancient ruin. After 3 months of hard training, he had finally mastered the defensive sword spell, which made him extremely confident. He thought that he could beat any one of the top 5 young warriors, and even the top 5 young warriors might not be able to beat him easily. Yi Chen, I'll remember you. However, don't think that just because you beat me once, you can beat me a second time. The imperial sword technique has a total of 3 levels. I've only cultivated to the first level. When I reach the second level, I'll use it to defeat you. His cold voice echoed in the tunnel as Situ Hao's body disappeared. From here to the room 1,000 meters away, you have to go around a series of walls before you can reach the east side of the room. The golden vertical, eye closed, and Murong Qingqing let out a sigh of relief. She walked towards the back of the passage, and after going around in circles, she finally arrived at the passage that was connected to the room. Interesting. Can she see through walls? Around the corner, a small snake slithered out. It was a puppet snake covered in a layer of snakeskin. It looked no different from a real snake, but the only difference was that it did not have any life force. The red snake eyes moved around twice, imprinting Murong Qingqing's back into its eyes. A few hundred meters away, Xia Hozuan smiled lightly as he walked over. Here, Murong Qingqing arrived outside the room. HM, with her sensitive senses, Murong Qingqing could hear a slight footstep sound. It was at least a few hundred meters away from where she was. If it were other people, they would not be able to hear it from hundreds of meters away. It was not that warriors' hearing was not as good as normal people's, but this tunnel not only restricted soul power, but also had a powerful soundproofing effect. Normally, 100 meters would be the hearing limit of Sea of Souls realm warriors. The reason why Murong Qingqing could hear it was because she had a demon body, which made her 5 senses much more powerful than normal people. Frowning, Murong Qingqing suddenly pointed out her finger. A beam of black finger power shot out, shattering the puppet snake in the corner. After doing all this, Murong Qingqing walked into the room. A few hundred meters away, Xia Hozuan's face darkened. The puppet snake was nothing to him, but he had always been used to being on top. Even if it was someone's unintentional disobedience, it would still make him unhappy. There were only 4 people that he could treat as equals. The rest of them did not even have the right to be on the same level as him. On top of the stone platform in the middle of the room, there was a light ball floating in the air. Inside the light ball was a pair of purple and black gloves. Although the energy vibration of the gloves had been blocked out by the light ball, there was still a powerful aura leaking out, bringing out a sound like a tiger's roar. Such an aggressive chi. Normally, the chi of an attacking item would be more aggressive than a defensive item, which was the difference between the two types. Pop! Poking out the light ball with her finger, Murong Qingqing reached out her hand and grabbed onto the purple and black gloves. The gloves were soft to the touch, and a heart-wrenching power invaded through Murong Qingqing's palm. Shoo! Murong Qingqing pushed her demon power, easily canceling out that power. Then she poured it into the gloves, letting the gloves get used to its future owner. Branding the soul mark would take a lot of time. If I use it now, I should be able to bring out 60 to 70% of its power. But it should be enough. Murong Qingqing would not forget that she was being followed and that a big battle would be inevitable. A semi-extreme rank item was indeed a semi-extreme rank item, especially a semi-extreme rank attacking item. In order to make the energy within it not reject the user, it would take some time to get used to it. Of course, it would not take too long, and it would depend on the user's situation. Obviously, this pair of gloves liked Murong Qingqing's demon power. Besides the resistance at the beginning, it had been very cooperative. Pap! Pap! The sound of footsteps arrived outside the room. Soon, a human figure appeared at the door. It was a man in gold robes with a gold crown on his head. That aggressive aura was almost real. Who else could it be other than Xia Hozuin? Seeing that it was Xia Hozuin, Murong Qingqing's expression changed a little. If it were people like Lin Tian, then she would not be afraid at all. Even if it were people like Bai Minghui, she would have the confidence to drag it out for a while before leaving smoothly. But Xia Hozuin was not like Lin Tian, nor was he like Bai Minghui or De Guju. He was one of the top 5 young warriors. Oh, such an evil pair of gloves. Xia Hozuin was a bit disappointed. What he really cared about was a semi-extreme rank defensive item. He already had a semi-extreme rank pair of gloves. Put it down and you can go now. But obviously, Xia Hozuin had not reached the point where he could ignore a semi-extreme rank item. A semi-extreme rank item, even if he did not use it himself, could still be used as his own wealth or capital. Sometimes he could even trade it for something he wanted. Plus, it seemed like this pair of gloves was a bit better than his own. Just that evil chi alone was enough to make it stand out from the rest. Sorry, this pair of gloves. I like it a lot. Murong Qingqing put on the gloves slowly. They were originally a bit big, but they seemed to be able to change according to her will. They shrunk until they were just the right size. It did not feel like a burden on her hand at all. Xia Hozuin chuckled lightly. If Yan Feng dared to go against him, then it would still be reasonable, since her speed was unparalleled in the world. Plus, her original form was a blue phoenix. He might be able to suppress her, but it would be impossible for him to kill her. So, everything that Murong Qingqing had done was out of his expectation. If you like this pair of gloves, then fine. How about this? You give up on that Yi Qing guy and follow me. I promise that whatever you want, I will give you. Xia Hozuin's attitude changed as he said. Murong Qingqing tightened her fists and looked up. Give up on him and choose you? Why? Not to mention our relationship. Judging on power and talent, I do not think you have any advantage. Hearing her, Xia Hozuin felt like he had just heard the biggest joke in the world. This is the first time I have been looked down upon, especially by a woman. But just because of what you said, I will beat him half to death this time. Xia Hozuin had never thought much of Yi Chen, including people like De Guju and the rest. What kind of monster, what kind of martial geniuses were all nonsense. Only those people who had nothing better to do would talk about it. But before that, you should let me take care of this pair of gloves first. Shoo! A gold light flashed once as Xia Hozuin approached Murong Qingqing at an extreme speed, pointing out his finger at her. Swoosh! The massive black bat wings spread out, and Murong Qingqing almost flew out from within the finger power. Do you think you can run away? Xia Hozuin was halfway there when he twisted his body, performing his star nuclear finger art. That endless gravitational force landed on Murong Qingqing's body, pulling her closer. Darkness sky. Murong Qingqing's expression did not change as she waved her right hand. Her purple gold gloves shone once, and a layer of black screen appeared in front of her. Crack! The black screen twisted drastically before shattering. But Murong Qingqing had also used this opportunity to get to the door of the room. Dark profound. Xia Hozuin was a bit surprised. The star nuclear finger art was his ace attack, and it had worked every single time. Even Yen Feng with her horrifying beast yuan would have a hard time dealing with it. But he did not expect that the dark profound that Murong Qingqing had performed could block out the gravitational force. Since she did not have a deep understanding of the dark profound, her ace attack had been broken by the gravitational force. Interesting. Shoo, 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 shoo. He looked a bit more serious as he shot out dozens of finger power. The bright starlight filled up the whole room. The finger power was extremely fast, and Murong Qingqing had just put up her darkness sky when she started to defend passively. Boom! The darkness sky was shattered once again, and Murong Qingqing used the momentum to fly out. A couple of finger power scratched through her purple dress, revealing the inner layer of her leather armor. You will not be able to get away. Drawing finger art. Not many people knew that this finger art could not only be used as a defensive ace art, but it could also be used to lock people down. But facing powerful enemies like Bai Wuxiue, it would not be of much use, which was why Xia Hozuin had never used it before. Xia Hozuin reached out his left index finger and drew a couple of times in the air. The space around Murong Qingqing suddenly started to vibrate, forming a layer of space pattern.